never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Get the show on the road. Close out of Thursday. Here comes Friday. Typically, that puts a smile on most people's face if you actually have a weekend. It might be your Monday, for all I know. But yeah, we will be working our way into the 12th day of February, a Friday. Hope you've had a good week. And it's been a crazy week weather-wise, so we've got so much to cover. Coming up here in just a bit, we'll be joined by the one and only Chris Gabrelchik, founder, boss man at Hot Shot Secret Lubrication Specialties Incorporated. We'll talk about the show. We'll talk about bringing the show back so we can all get together every night throughout the week from the midnight to 5 a.m. hours like we did for so many years. We'll talk about what's going to be happening with LSI and Hot Shot Secret products. Racing season is about to get underway in fairly short order. We'll have lots to cover. But I get started with our traveler's weather, and we all know it's been a real mess. And buckle up, because there's a whole lot more of what we've been dealing with coming our way from Old Man Winter. Let's start by going back about 24 hours ago, where we were talking about a long day of freezing rain, multiple states. People woke up Thursday morning to the icy, very dangerous mess. Power outages, homes without heat, roads coated in ice. As that storm spread across the Ohio Valley, reaching the mid-Atlantic, Wednesday into Thursday, lots of freezing rain, carnage to power lines, trees, roads, anything exposed to the elements. Hours of freezing rain have finally stopped. And now we're dealing with tree limbs and branches, everything coated in thick ice. Bill Waddell was reporting from Lexington, Kentucky, where he said freezing rain fell for hours, coating everything. Road crews working long shifts trying to stay ahead of the storm. Officers in Lexington this past morning were pleading with people to stay indoors, unless absolutely necessary. Crews trying to get down trees and power lines cleared up that had knocked down power to more than 100,000 residents by Thursday morning. When you're dealing with extreme low temperatures, more salt on the roads isn't really the answer. It's not effective in these kind of temperatures. We need you to be good neighbors, good Samaritans, and in this case, avoid driving. Better to be stranded at home rather than stranded out on the roadway. That is true. Conditions, of course, quickly deteriorated across parts of the Ohio Valley Wednesday into Thursday. One area of black ice was tricking drivers in Henderson, Kentucky, where police there tended to more than a dozen vehicles, or a dozen accidents, actually, earlier this past day. The Kentucky Transportation Highway Cabinet called on nearly 2,000 frontline employees, supplemented by contracting crews, to maintain safe travel on the state routes. Unfortunately, the quick-hitting snow and ice were more than half of Kentucky, since total ice accumulations of 0.2 to almost half an inch were forecast along that line extending from Donovan, Missouri, northeastward to Henderson, Kentucky, then on over to Owensboro, Kentucky. I'm looking at some of the final ice accumulation totals, and it looks like Kingston, Kentucky checks in as the grand prize winner, where they accumulated 3/4 of an inch of ice. Obviously, a lot of problems with trees and power lines there. Both Ratcliffe and Ratcliffe, Kentucky, and Bertram, Texas, checking in with 0.6 of an inch, more than half an inch of ice. Vine Grove, Kentucky, as well as Junction, Texas, also checking in with a half-inch ice accretions. Salt snowplows couldn't keep up with the freezing rain and the snow in Ohio. Hazardous travel, we remember back on Wednesday, Cincinnati was hit hard. And then we got another shot of snow again on Wednesday afternoon that covering 71, I-75. Coronavirus vaccine clinics, of course, in many places had to close Wednesday and in some cases for Thursday. So a lot of people are going to be rescheduling appointments in the coming days. Now, that's what's behind us. What we're looking forward to, it's not real exciting if you're going to have to be out there trying to transport goods or have somewhere to go. Meteorologists warn that one of the busiest winter weather patterns in decades will continue to bombard much of the country with a host of impacts right into next week. Several systems are lining up with the potential to bring more snow and ice to the Midwest and the Northeast. Winter storms could arrive every 2 to 3 days through next week. It's a very tumultuous weather pattern we're contending with right now. Due to this big buckle of the jet stream, high winds aloft up in the atmosphere, plunging southward over the central states, then swinging up along the Atlantic coast, which has set the pattern for these storms just to ride along the jet stream. And that active track is going to be fueled by the collision of the Arctic air across the middle of the nation and the milder air trying to hold its ground there in the southeast. Now, 2 systems come into play during the next storm as we head here into the weekend, including on Valentine's Day in the Northeast. One storm's going to sweep eastward across the plains later today, then across the Midwest Friday night into Saturday, with some light to moderate snow along that track. Meanwhile, a secondary storm is expected to push northward right up the eastern seaboard. Both of these systems should remain relatively weak. The snow portion of the precip will be on the nuisance side of the spectrum, so not too bad. Now, Thursday, Louisiana's Governor Bell Edwards declared a state of emergency with the threat of heavy rain and wintry weather looming there. State of emergency will go into effect this weekend and actually continue into next week. In general, 1 to 3 inches of snow expected for starting back in eastern Wyoming to the lower peninsula of Michigan. Heavier 3 to 6 inch amounts may occur across eastern Wyoming, southwestern South Dakota, as well as Nebraska. Could see 8 inch accumulations for some areas there. Chicago, that's another spot where heavier snow, we're talking another 3 to 6 inches, might occur between Friday night into Saturday. You'll have some lake effect snow enhancement there. Another storm, we're talking another 1,500-mile swath. It'll be the light, fluffy snow because of the Arctic air that's in place. And, of course, that's the kind of snow that is highly subject to blowing and drifting. All right, milder air will cause a bit of a wintry mix developing. So some ice once again from portions of the middle Tennessee to southern Ohio valleys on over into southwestern West Virginia. Could see a bit of ice in northwestern North Carolina to much of Virginia. And that's going to extend over the I-95 corridor and coastal areas from the stretching from central Maryland on up into southeastern New England. Now, as that storm finishes up in New England on Sunday, that's when our next system is already going to be producing a large swath of snow deep into the south, portions of Texas and Oklahoma. That storm is then going to head northeast next week. This system is expected to be much stronger than the pair of storms over the weekend. So we're going to be talking much heavier snow, including snow and ice to unfold. It's going to be a rather complex setup once again, 2 separate storm centers again. Now, there's actually 2 different scenarios we're looking at because there's going to be an injection of cold air into the northeast on Monday. One scenario has a storm moving toward the Ohio Valley as a secondary storm develops near the East Coast. Rain would most likely occur along the I-95 corridor. Precip could start out with a little ice, though, at the onset. There would be significant icing across central portions of Pennsylvania on up into New York State Monday night into Tuesday. The biggest snowfall would likely be north of the New York State Thruway on up into New England. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, a colder storm may evolve. In a second scenario, the track further to the east is possible. Perhaps only a single weaker storm developing. If the storm remains weaker, it could take more of an easterly track, which would unleash significant snow further to the south and the east. A prolonged period of ice potentially for Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia could dump several inches of snow just north and west of the I-95 cities in that scenario. So suffice it to say, buckle up. This is going to be a busy weather pattern right through next week, and there could be another system that we'll be tracking during the middle to latter portions of next week, which in this case, it would be kind of like an atmospheric deja vu. They say another storm may dip southward over the central states, snow and ice for the middle of next week once again, which would then grab Gulf of Mexico moisture and then head northeastward later next week. A busy, busy pattern. Now, as we're speaking at this moment, the bulk of our big storm that's been impacting the eastern portions of the country in recent days, we're still dealing with some snow in central and eastern portions of Virginia. You still have that icy mix, some of the freezing rain in the south central and southeastern portions of Virginia. Looks like primarily just rain. You've got some rain through eastern portions of North Carolina, another batch of shower activity along the Tennessee, North Carolina, some heavy rains down in south central and southwestern portions of Georgia, from central Georgia down toward Dothan, Alabama. A little break in the action there, then more rains in southern portions of Mississippi. We've seen some of the icing scenarios. Still some ice falling, north central portions in northeastern Louisiana. There were actually winter storm warnings, which will be expiring here probably about an hour from now, down into south central Texas, where they've seen an icing scenario where up to a quarter of an inch of ice has accrued in that part of the country. So we're talking areas like west of Austin, Texas. I'm still seeing some wintry precip falling in that part of the country. Our mixed bag, the frozen precip, led to, it was a deadly day Thursday. Let's start in the state of Georgia, a Cobb County interstate that was closed through much of the day. It all started about 11 a.m. Northbound I-75 in the Atlanta metro area. Heavy rain causing extreme reduced visibility conditions. A total of 16 vehicles, 9 passenger vehicles, and 7 commercial vehicles involved in what was a fiery chain reaction crash. Police confirming one person was killed in that pileup. Not clear how many were injured, but backups reported it was shut down through the evening rush. Yeah, we all know Atlanta is a horrific travel corridor on a not busy day. I can only imagine that northbound 75 was shut down for numerous hours. Then we move over to what was, I guess, the most incredible, horrifying crash out of Fort Worth, Texas, where many people were out on the interstates. It had been raining, and temperatures, of course, suddenly dropped where the asphalt had like the flash freeze, everything iced over. And there are numerous videos, dash cam videos, and it's just the carnage. 6 dead at this point. Multiple people transported after being trapped in their vehicles. We're talking 133 vehicles involved this past afternoon. The Fort Worth police chief said, "The scene we saw today is really unlike one we've ever seen before. We pray to God we never see it again." At the scene of the crash on I-35, right there near downtown Fort Worth, a tangle of tractor trailers, cars, trucks, turned every which way. Vehicles piled on top of each other, just mangled. 36 people taken to hospitals from the crash, several with critical injuries. At least 65 people seeking treatment at hospitals after the crash. This was just after 6 a.m. Thursday morning. And they tell us many hospital and emergency workers were actually headed to and from work. So some of those involved were actually the healthcare workers and even emergency responders, including police officers. We did see a large number of people that were victims of this accident that were in scrubs. They had their hospital IDs on. In some cases, our emergency responders would know some of these that were involved in this. We have 133 cars involved in this accident. There may be more vehicles added to that total. 4 officers were injured, 3 that were en route to work, and 1 that was injured while working the scene. Thursday afternoon, they said they searched every possible car for anyone that may still have been trapped. They believe all had been extricated. But there were multiple people trapped in the confines of their vehicles, requiring the hydraulic rescue equipment to get them out, according to the fire chief there. So, the roads were so treacherous from the ice that even some of the first responders were falling on the scene. And one reporter asked had the road been treated prior to the accident. The chief said that's going to be part of the ongoing investigation. It's my understanding that the NTE Tex Press did release a statement that should be made available, but it's definitely going to be getting more information about what, when, and how this all occurred. The number of people that sought medical care from hospitals is probably going to actually increase. This is the kind of thing we train for, he said, but we hope and pray it never happens. But just like I said, there are some videos that I was watching earlier. The question I would have, some of the vehicles on one side of the highway, you could tell their tires were just spinning. They couldn't get any traction. But on the other side of the interstate, there were so many vehicles that it looks like they're going 60, 70 miles per hour. And when they hit the brakes, nothing happens. I mean, just imagine an 80,000-pound loaded tractor trailer careening into vehicles. I mean, it looks like there's something out of a movie scene is what it really looked like. So there could be more of those sort of scenarios occurring in the coming days. So, all right, look at our travelers' weather as we get things Underway, a Friday morning coming on, TGIF. You want to jump on board, our number 844-844-3388. Coming your way from the hotshot secret bunker on a Friday morning. All right, we'll get to some of your calls, get to some of our industry headlines. First of all, I wanted to touch on a couple of items here. The California Highway Patrol arresting and charging a man accused of opening fire on a semi-truck, a moving semi in Modesto this week, northbound Highway 99. We've seen an awful lot of these sort of scenarios unfolding in recent days and weeks. The truck driver, a 25-year-old California resident, told police he'd been traveling in a construction zone with slowed traffic when someone in a white GMC SUV pulled up alongside him in the fast lane and just opened fire on the truck. One bullet believed to have been fired from an AR-15 struck the truck door, shattering the window. Luckily, in this case, driver was not injured, but after firing at the truck, the vehicle sped off, traveling west towards the San Joaquin County, brandishing that AR-15 at other drivers, one of whom was able to get a license number. Shortly before 2 in the afternoon, officers spotted the GMC at a gas station. They were able to arrest 25-year-old Derek Terrell Thomas. They do say the black AR-15 was found at his residence. Police do say he has prior felony convictions. Not sure what his motive was. Just maybe out there getting his jollies, shooting randomly at other vehicles. Bail is $700,000, and he's facing numerous charges, including attempted murder, shooting at an inhabited vehicle, assault with a deadly weapon, brandishing a firearm, and there you go. All right. Again, we'll get to your calls here at 844-844-3388. I don't see Chris on the line yet, so when he gets around to dialing us up, we'll definitely pick him up. And hello, what's going on with the world-famous Cool Breeze, fresh out of the box on a Friday morning?
Hey-ho, Steve Reno. Yay, Friday, Friday, Friday.
I'll take that.
I'm glad it's Friday. This has been a crazy week for everybody, I think. It's been extraordinary. But, wow, I was looking at video of that accident at Fort Worth earlier. Wow.
Wasn't that something?
I mean, over like 133 vehicles involved, and I think there was 6 deaths or 8 deaths,
correct.
Something like that.
Yep. Yeah, last number I saw was 6. But it may have gone up since then because, I mean, some of those people were critically injured, you know.
And trapped in the vehicles, and they had to get the jaws of life out to cut people out of them. You could tell. You can tell in an accident when they got to really tear half the car apart to get somebody out. That's just sad.
Yeah, that's
so sad. But wow, crazy weather. The big Arctic air is coming down from the Arctic, in Canada, and it comes down. And unfortunately, when it brushes with the nice warm air that comes up from the Gulf, even though the Gulf of Mexico is only 68 degrees right now, it's not that warm. It's still a big difference between 68 and what are you at right now? Probably 18 or 28, right?
Yeah, it's cold. Yeah, we're down. I think we're probably in the teens already.
Wow, man! I've never lived where I've driven through it. I mean, I've driven in every state, and I've got out and put chains on the truck when it was 30 below, out going over Cabbage Pass and going over Donner, because Donner, when you're coming out of California, if you don't have chains, you might as well just park, because they're not going to let you go across unless you got chains. So I always carried a pair of chains with me I could put on and play it legal, But it's scary stuff. It's flat out scary stuff. And you think, a lot of people think, oh, trucks are big, heavy, 80,000 pounds. That's 40 tons. That a lot of trucks are loaded right to the gills. They're right at 80,000 pounds. You would think with all that weight, you could put your brakes on, but you know what? It slides just as easy, if not more, than your car does. Your 3,000, 4,000 pound car slides just as an 80,000 pound truck going at highway speeds at 60, 70, whatever speed you're going at, when you're going to hit the brakes and you see something happening in front of you, you got to have a long ways in front of you when it gets icy. It's crazy. It's totally insane.
And you saw from the video
it's scary.
You saw all the vehicles that were, I mean, they were sliding for a long, long distance, but there was nothing there. But I mean, just a total sheet of ice, no traction whatsoever.
Exactly. Yep. You can see even the cars were just smacking into each other, and wow, there was a little bit of a video. It was only a couple seconds long of part of the accident actually happening, but that's terrifying too. That's whoa, you know. But wet roads are just as slick as icy roads sometimes. I mean, I don't try to compare the two, but you can get a nice thin film of water on top of that oil, and when that oil starts feeding up to the top, it's slippery, really slippery. Mm-hmm. You got to have respect for rain also, but there's nothing like ice. There's nothing like ice. Steve, I spent one night, a whole night, and this storm caught us, and we were up in Cleveland, and we were going down. We had a load coming down to Columbus, right? And it started snowing to beat the band. I mean, it was just coming down. And we got out, when we got out on the interstate, we started heading down to, it's 120 miles. It should normally take you 2 hours, right? 120 miles, right? Mm-hmm. It took us 12 hours to go from Cleveland down to Columbus because we were running on packed snow, and we were both clawing I was up sitting on the passenger side, and we would spell each other. One of us would drive for an hour or two, then we'd switch up. And because it was just nail biting driving, and we were running on packed snow that was probably 4 or 5 inches packed snow on the interstate, you could not see anything. It was hard to tell where the road even is.
Right.
But we got there. We had to go 10, 20, maybe 25 miles an hour. But we made it. Took us 12 hours to go from Cleveland down to Columbus.
That makes for a long day, doesn't it? Well, Cole Breeze, I know you wanted to be one of the first out of the box. Yeah. Anything you want to say to Chris Gabrelchik? He's on the line with us now here. So
is he on the line?
Yes, sir.
He can hear us then, right?
He can hear us.
I would like to personally thank you, sir, for getting Steve Sommers back on the air. And to thank you on behalf of the trucking industry for getting his voice back onto the air. There's so many of us out here that have listened to him and his father for so many years that you don't know the huge favor you've given a lot of people. I know there's a lot of drivers out there who haven't quite figured out how to listen to him yet, but it's coming. It's coming, because I'm like a walking, talking advertisement for Steve. You could have Steve. And thank you for what Hot Shot Secret has done for us.
Well, it's been my pleasure. Can you guys hear me okay?
I got you. Hello, Chris.
Okay, good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Well, it's my pleasure, and we're excited about all the things that are to come. We will make it easier to get a hold of the show and listen to it. That's a full-time job right now.
I know that behind the scenes there's been a lot of man hours being put in with Kyle and Josh on the technical side, and I don't know who all else you got working, because you guys have so many different departments with the marketing, the advertising, the graphics, and all the things you've done. That, I mean, I think we've come a pretty incredible long way, and here we are. We're wrapping up 5 weeks of the show already, Chris.
I can't believe that. 5 weeks already. It goes way too fast.
So what's been going on in your world? I guess you're kind of enjoying, you're not dealing with all this old man winter crap, are you?
No, you're making me feel kind of guilty. I'm in Florida. So I'm starting to feel guilty about that after listening to that big long story about the snow and everything. But we've always come down here for a couple of weeks. Just to go camping in the middle of the winter to get away from the lack of sunshine in Ohio and the snow. But this year we decided to come down and try and stay for a couple of months. So we rented a place, and so far I'm loving it. It's, 80s or low 80s, like 81, 82. So it's been absolutely gorgeous.
So it's actually warm enough to get out. Are people going out to the beaches and stuff? Is it that nice?
Oh yeah, beaches are full. it's hot out. It's, I think today got up to 82 in full sun. So we were, trying to get a little bit of air conditioning after a while because it just gets so toasty out there.
Mm-hmm.
But I know nobody wants to freezing rain, snow, and everything like that.
So where'd you want to start tonight, Chris? I know you're going to hang out with us through the early morning hours. I'm guessing you got a good nap. Did you want to talk about some of the Hot Shot secret? What's going on there? Products. I know you're going to take. Obviously, a lot of people want to say, "Hey." You'll be able to take like questions in regards to any lubrication products or people that maybe have issues with their vehicles. That you like to try and help diagnose things, right?
Absolutely. That troubleshooting is our favorite part of the job. Find out what the problem is, the root cause is what we call it, and then how to fix that. Probably on the station, the update. So probably just give a little bit of background on the station where we're at. We were working with iHeart to get the live feed put on there, but we're also working with talking to the other radio stations and some of the smaller ones just to get a regular stream. So we're part of the regular network of stations that you could stream on, iHeart Radio or whatever else. In the meantime, I know Josh is working hard to get us a app, like a really simple app that you could just click on the button and stream the program live right off the Hot Shot Secret site. So that we've tested a couple of them and I've seen them before and they work really, really slick and easy. They're literally one click and you're there. You just, there's no other work that needs to be done with that. So we're trying to work all the bases and pull that stuff together. Hopefully 30 days, we should have some results from that.
I talked to Kyle earlier this past evening, and he was telling me that the app, as you're talking about, has been submitted for the iPhone as well as for the Android devices. I don't know what it takes, what process they have to go through, but they have to approve those. He did tell me that they already got approval here, I guess this past day, for the iTunes. If you have the, I guess that's Apple, they have the iTunes. Now, since we just got approval, we have to go in there and physically load all the podcasts in there. But that's going to, I wasn't clear whether that's going to be available for like the live stream yet or not. I think that's going to be coming. But many drivers, that's what they've been kind of hoping for because when you're on like Apple iTunes, you don't even have to have like your phone. The screen doesn't have to be on. It's not drawing as much battery power and whatnot. You can listen to the show without having to watch at the same time. So, again, Kyle just told me that here a few hours ago.
Yep. Yeah, that's what we're working on, and the same thing for the IO or whatever the other one's called, the Android.
Right.
So that you could just hit the button and play and listen to it live, or get the podcast, that type of thing. So it's coming. It just takes a couple weeks to get things put in place.
A little bit of time. On the Google,
or a couple months in this case.
On the Android, I believe you said that's called the Google Play Store, if I'm not mistaken, where you can kind of like the Apple iTunes location. So
yeah, and the Google Play Store is where I download my apps because I've got an Android. So I understand. That's right. So as soon as they approve it, you'll be able to download the app and at midnight, just click on the button and you can listen to the program.
That's what we're all kind of anxiously anticipating. All right. We're going to get a quick break in here, but it's great to have you with us. I want to real quick jump over. I'm not sure what the name is, but I believe he's got a traffic update for us here somewhere on I-90. Who we got?
This is Gilligan, I-81. We got snow falling, getting pretty slick from about 250 here in Virginia and Harrisonburg all the way down to about the 140 in Road, just below Roanoke. Yeah, it's above the 250, it's rain. Below the 140, it's rain.
Okay.
So, but it's in that close to that freezing rain. Freezing rain. So.
Well, I'm seeing
really
on the
slick down through Span.
Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing on the radar here. It looks like you got snow from from Richmond, Virginia, back to Charlottesville, Virginia, then on over into Harrisonburg. On the western side, of course, snow all the way over to Salisbury, Virginia. A little bit of snow, further north up into the Baltimore area. You have one batch south of Baltimore, another on up into north central Maryland, and then up toward Harrisburg. They're in Pennsylvania. It's light snow. But, yeah, the area's down in Virginia. Still looking at some fairly decent snow coming down at a pretty good clip there. All right, a quick break as lines become available. Our number is 844-3388. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
There we go, back on a Friday. Getting set for the weekend. And, of course, live with Chris Grelchik. I don't know, a few weeks in here, I mean, I guess, Chris, you could explain how, going back in time, you actually had kind of, I don't know, dreams or thoughts of having, like, your own radio program. And the way this all came together, it's pretty wild.
Well, not necessarily my radio program, but a program with somebody like you wanted, especially you, being dedicated to the truckers. And I don't have any desire to be on the radio. I do it because I have to, but there's so many people good at it like you that they're just not my, it's not my thing. But because, a lot of what we do is trucking related, diesel related, and it is the whole company does have a passion for that. Having a trucking radio program seemed like the logical next step for what we're doing in marketing. Not only is it a good way to keep in touch with the customers and hear what's going on, but it's just a good way to talk about things and make sure that we're in the loop, so to speak. So it's always been on my agenda to get something like that done. I just didn't know how to do it. So when this opportunity came available, it was really easy to jump on board and say, okay, let's make this work.
Well, and I got to tell you, I surely appreciate the opportunity because, yeah, I know that you're going to hear from so many of our listeners that have found us again, and almost on a nightly basis, we're hearing from people that say, I just happenstance came across you. I was scouring YouTube or I was scouring Facebook, and there you were. I didn't even realize you were back, and everybody's just trying to kind of share where the show is now, but. It's great to be back with the old listening friends, Chris. And at the same time, we're getting some new people. There are people that have called and said, I just, for the first time, have found this program. I've been listening for like 2 nights or whatever, and I think it's a great show. Maybe we should kind of tell some of those people what Hot Shot Secret is all about and what you do. And I mean, you've got products not just for diesel vehicles, but also the automobile, the four-wheeling automobile public. Give them a little background of what Hot Shot Secret's all about.
That's a good idea. I always forget about that. I always feel like when I come on the show, I'm talking with old family, and I forget about you just assume everybody knows everything. So that's great that you thought about that. Hot Shot Secret, we make additives primarily for diesel, for the engine oil, and for the fuel, but also for gasoline, for the oil and the fuel, as well as engine oils. And we have bypass filters with the Franz filter line. And the idea is to make products that make the engine last longer. That's our passion, to make it last longer, run longer. A lot of times what we do is we find problems that are not engineered in, that would make sense, but problems that the equipment manufacturers know are there, but they don't have a way around it. Mm-hmm. And so we come up with a solution to it that makes it easy, for the driver, for the owner of the vehicle to fix it. I know it's kind of hard to believe, but when you work with an automotive manufacturer, an engineering team there, they'll tell you that, we have to put a cutoff date on the 2022 model year. And, we know that these problems are going to happen in the year 2022, but there's nothing we can do about it because we've got to get all the parts geared up to be made. So you have to put basically a line that says January 1st, whatever problem is going to happen with this engine is just going to happen. We have to start on the next model year, so just roll it out. So we look at some of those things and say, okay, is this something that can be fixed with chemistry? Is it, maybe the oil shearing too much, or the fuel doesn't have enough lubricity in it, and this is something that can be fixed easily, with a $10, $20, $50 bottle of additive instead of just letting the consumer, have a pump failure or injector failure or turbo failure. So we try to track those things down and come up with solutions. That's really unique about what Hot Shot Secret does. I think most of the other companies in our arena just look to sell bottles like a commodity. Like power steering fluid or brake fluid. It's a matter of numbers in their world. We need to sell 10 million bottles to make this product line viable, where we don't necessarily work on that kind of a system. We look for a problem, we try to fix it, and then we keep testing it and tweaking it until we get it just right.
And I know one of the
pretty good start.
What we kind of started off with when you initially first came in, I don't know how many years ago it was, and we talked about the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, and that was still today, right? 9 out of 10 diagnosed as failing fuel injectors are probably not really failed, that they can be corrected with the Stiction Eliminator, correct?
Correct, and that was our first foray into this type of a market. Everything I did before this was industrial commercial type of work, going into a plant and trying to find problems, troubleshoot them, and give them a solution to it. When Navistar made the Huey injector, and those were on all the international trucks, the pickup trucks and on the big trucks, there was an oil side to that injector, which sounds weird because you think of an injector just putting out fuel. But the way that fuel was pushed out was with oil pressure. That oil was being sheared just because it's just getting so hot inside that little tiny injector. There's only a thimble full of oil in there, or even if it was that much, and it didn't turn over fast enough. So it would shear it, break it down, bake it on, and then coke it up. So then the injector would stop working. And all the parts and pieces were fine. It was just all clogged up with this crapped up oil. So we came up with a solution to clean that out safely, which was the hard part. But a lot of times what you can do for an engine cleaner is just use a solvent, anything from diesel fuel to mineral spirits, which cleans, unfortunately, does a lot of destruction along the way. It's going to break down your hydrodynamic film and create like scarring and scratching inside there. So we don't want that. What we did that was unique is we came up with detergents and what are called group 5 esters. It's a kind of oil, but it was a really good cleaner. So our group 5 esters and our detergents were able to go in there and clean it gently, but also lubricate the engine and actually reduce the wear. So it was just a very unique way of going about it, because most of the time you're thinking about lubricants being, these really slippery things, and cleaners being these really stringent type of solvent type things. So coming up with a way to do both of those at the same time was what was unique. So International tested this and they said, hey, this is working really well. It actually fixed like 19 out of 20 of their injectors in their tests. They wanted to offer it. Well, they didn't do anything with it because Ford ended up switching contracts and building their own engines, and International just didn't care so much. So we brought the product to the public, started selling it on forums, just told people what I did. Hey, we developed this solution for this. If you need it, let me know. We'll sell it to you. If not, we'll give you a money back guarantee. And then, we started selling 1 or 2 bottles, and then hundreds, and then thousands. And now we're a lot larger than we were then.
Right.
So,
and continuing to grow.
Yeah, it was. That whole thing is kind of a fun story. Just, we go from working inside of a 2-car garage basically to, 34,000 square foot building with research and development and blending and bottling and sales and marketing. So it's been a fun, exciting thing. But as we have gone along, we kept looking for more problems. But even the original stiction eliminator, we found all these other uses for it. Inside that engine, there's a lot of really rough air. Rough, it gets hot. It wants to shear the oil. It wants to break it down. Now, you can check the oil in your semi-truck. Of course, it's going to be black because it's always black. Just the soot makes it black. But if you pull that engine apart and look for little tiny hot spots, like if we could have, I don't know if anybody remembers that TV show called The Magic School Bus, where they shrink the bus down and they go inside something.
Mm-hmm.
If we could have a magic school bus, if we can go inside that engine and you look like on the camshaft and look right where that cam is touching, you would see it being probably 200-300 degrees hotter than the rest of the area inside the engine. If you went inside the injector, inside the turbocharger, most professional drivers know that you're supposed to leave your truck run for a little bit after you stop it, just to let the turbo cool down because that oil's so hot in there. Well, what happens if you look inside that engine, you find these hot spots. Those are areas where tablespoons of oil are being sheared, not the 15 gallons or whatever's in there. It's just the small spots. Those places are where the stiction, that's what we named this, is stiction. It's kind of a sticky friction. It's really just like a crapped up oil that turns brown and then it turns black and crusty. But if you look in there, you'll see that brown varnish type of stuff built up in certain areas. What the stiction eliminator does is it goes in there and cleans that off within 2,000 miles, maybe 5,000 miles. And then it puts back a layer of nanocarbons and group 5 esters that just make it a lot slipperier than it was before. That's why we see such a great impact on the fuel economy. Like a lot of people say, man, my fuel economy went up, my truck's running better. Is that just because you cleaned out the engine, or is it actually running at a higher level of performance? Well, it's both. Even if it was a brand new vehicle and you put stiction eliminator in it, you'd get better fuel economy just because we're improving what's in there already. So it's a combination of cleaning up what was in there, making it like brand new again, and making it a little bit more efficient than it was beforehand. So it's got all these really great applications. It works in gasoline engines, works in diesel engines. Diesels are specialty. That's where the highest level of impact can be made. But a lot of these new cars have turbochargers, and those turbos, they have a rough way to go, especially with the 0W20 oil, and like a Toyota with a turbo. It's like, wow, that's a lot of heat, a lot of pressure for a really thin oil, if that makes sense. I know it'll make sense to somebody.
Well, that makes perfect sense to me. So yeah, so there's the ground, the Reader's Digest version of what we're talking about with Hot Shot Secret and the various products, diesel products, gasoline engine products. We'll talk about the diesel extreme, the fuel side, and then the gasoline extreme for the automobiles. Let's get to some of our callers. I know they're chomping at the bit to say hi to Chris. Captain Ron, good morning. Got you on with Chris Gabrelchik. What's happening?
Friday. Thank you, Chris, for bringing our Tom Brady of the Trucking Network radio personalities back on the air.
You're welcome. I like that. The Tom Brady.
Hey, Steve, go.
Wow.
I got a couple questions. Well, first of all, I was a first-time caller, and I got the first-time caller package deal in the mail. Thank you for that. On the fiction eliminator, you got to make room for it, correct? I did that. Well, my car actually needed a quart of oil anyway. But does it void the new car warranties? Will the dealer put it in? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it will not void the warranty. The dealer will usually do whatever you tell them to do, but there's no warranty issues whatsoever in terms of using any of our products. Now, that being said, those guys always get squirmy about people putting anything into the engine. And I've actually talked to the head people at like General Motors and Ford before about this, because we've come up with solutions. There was a couple of years that the Chevy trucks were having an issue with the fuel systems, and we had a way to fix that. It was the water was kind of separating out and rotting the lines out. And he said, I know what you're saying is right. And there's a place for things like these additives. They call them top treat additives. He said, the problem is if we start allowing one additive in, then it's like a Pandora's box. We have to basically become the judge and jury of which additives work and which ones don't. And now you got everybody and their brother putting stuff in their car, and all of a sudden things are breaking down. And now, what was the root cause? Was it the additive they put in, or was it going south before? And he said, so our policy is just to say we don't approve any of them. Now, that being said, if you put it in there, it doesn't actually void the warranty. We just basically try to scare people from using them. So okay. I don't know if that's clear, but basically the way it would work is, if I had a brand new car and I put an additive in, and they said, say the engine just fell apart. They said, did you put anything in there? I said, yeah, we put this in there. They can't say it's void. I mean, we would basically go back and fight for that consumer and say, show where this caused harm. Well, they couldn't do that, so it would be okay. But it's really just something they put in the manual. They've really carefully worded it these days. The last couple that I looked at said, we highly recommend not using additives. We don't approve any additives. They have, words like that because they don't want people to use them. And I understand it, talking to them and, working through some of these problems. They just don't know what you're putting in it. I don't know, a lot of people probably don't remember this, but probably about 10 years ago, there's a few additives on the market that were really getting some decent fuel economy. They were used in diesel trucks. I ran into it in the mining industry, and we tested it. And what it turned out being was acetone, which acetone is fingernail polish remover. Mm-hmm. And right. It was a crazy thing, just a little bit of fingernail polish remover, and it was getting us this improved fuel economy. The problem was the aniline point was like 0 on it. And so it was making all of the hoses and seals and things break apart inside, basically just drying everything out and making it break. You get this 5 to 10% boost in fuel economy right off the bat. It seems really exciting, but then the damage that you're doing long term wasn't so good. So that's what they're afraid of, things like that. They love companies like us. They love our additives because we're making things better, and it saves them a ton of money on warranty. So when I'm talking, they're like, hey, we wish everybody would use this. I mean, it's just that we don't want to come out and endorse it, because now all of a sudden everybody else is going to call us and say, well, endorse my product. And then we got to start testing them all. And that puts us into the place where, we have to put a whole budget behind trying to prove which additives work and which ones don't. And we don't want to do that.
Right. I was just wondering if they had issues of, putting it in for you. versus me having to take and pour it out, you know, after an oil change or something. And on the Gas Extreme, I put that in my beater car, and it seems to have a little bit more pep now. Is that something that you do like every tank full now, or is it just an occasional thing, you know, every once in a while?
So we are still trying to figure that out all the way. What we have right now in R&D is that we're thinking it's every 3 to 4 tanks. And for that's kind of an interesting story. For several years, the retailers have been contacting us, asking us for a gasoline additive. They said, hey, these additives are selling great on the shelf. Would you give us a gasoline additive? And I did not want to have one unless we knew it was leaps and bounds better than whatever else was on there. So our chemical engineer kept bringing me different, you know, ideas on how we could come up with a top tier, best of the best gasoline additive. And, you know, we kept finding other people that had already done it. It's like, well, Chevron Techron already did that. STP already did that. What else do we got? So finally, literally after 3 years, we found a combination of additives that we were able to do better than everybody else. And what we did was we ran a Facebook ad or posting and said, hey, we need testers. And we sent out hundreds of bottles of different formulas. And we even had one that was just a placebo. And we said, you know, tell us what your fuel economy is before and after. And then we were going to test it to see if it was truly better than everything else on the shelf. Sure enough, we knocked it out of the park. It was better than anything else on the shelf. So that's how we came out with the Gasoline Extreme. And on a test, I think we averaged 7% increased fuel economy across the board from all the testers, which is, you know, that's not the most scientific way to do it, but it was the best we had, best we could go off at that point. But then after that, we're trying to figure out, how long did the effects last? So we're thinking it's about 3 to 4 tanks, but we're still going back into testing mode on that to figure that out. That's a long answer for what you asked. So,
well,
sorry
it seems
about that.
to be working good. Whatever you're doing, it seems to be working good. And a buddy of mine called last night. That was his first time really listening to the show, and he got the gift certificate for products. So
yeah. Thanks for turning them on to the show. That's right. Yeah, thank you so much, Ron. Yeah, I remember that call last evening, and I said, Captain Ron told me to check this show out. So yeah, we hooked him up. I guess he got his code yesterday, so now he can try some of the Hot Shot Secret products.
Well, I appreciate what all Chris has done so far. Well, I'll get out of the way and let some more intelligent people get on there.
All right.
Are you in Clearwater now, Chris? Or it sounds like you're in Clearwater.
I'm down in Dennis. I'm down in Dennis, just south of Clearwater, about an hour south.
Right.
So
well, I'm from Tampa, so I know where you're talking about.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we don't have to worry about snow down here.
All right. Thank you so much, Captain Ron. Good to hear from you. All right. It's 844-844-3388. You have a question for Chris. You can send me an email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. You can also message us via the toll-free number, the 844-844-3388. That would be like a text message, and I've got several of those to throw at you here in just a moment. First, from the email that Wanda says, trying to understand, she says, our classic GM car is in storage. Is there a Hot Shots product for the engine that has condensation mixed in? I don't know if she's trying to get condensation out of the oil or something of that nature. Does that sound like a question you could answer, Chris?
Yeah. It could be. Sometimes condensation happens on the fuel side. It can happen on the oil too, but normally as soon as you start the car up, it'll burn off that water. So what I would recommend is we have an RV product that has extra stabilizer in it. The idea would be, our regular product like the Gasoline Extreme or the Diesel Extreme is made to make the fuel last like a year to 2 years long. We doubled up on that when we went to the RV, and soon there'll be like a marine product. But the idea is just taking into consideration that some of these vehicles are sitting for long periods of time, and we don't want any condensation or varnish to build up. But if you call into the office tomorrow, we could walk you through all the different options, and it probably won't cost more than $20 to $30, but we get you just the right things that would be, suit you just perfectly for that. That's one thing that we do that's different also is we have, a full tech line and customer support division that answers questions. If you call in and say, hey, my truck's not starting right, what do I need to do? There's people there that can help you. There's actually a diesel mechanic on staff as well. And he'll say, no, these are the right products. Here's where you should start. And the idea is, the reason I put that together is I know from an additive standpoint, there's a lot of frustration where, something's wrong with your vehicle, whether it's a motorcycle or a truck, and then you go and you try a product and it doesn't work. Then you go buy something else and you dump in there, it doesn't work. And you buy something else and you dump it in there. So it was really to give you a leg up on that and just say, call in, talk to an expert. They'll walk you through the process, get you the product you need, and then you're all set. So the answer would be just call. If you call in tomorrow, they'll make sure you get the right product.
Okay. All right. Hope that answers your question there, Wanda. Thank you so much. And let me flip over here. I said we've got the text message thing. Let me see here. Traffic alert. I-65 southbound. This is in Kentucky. Southbound at the 113 shut down. All traffic's being routed off at exit 112. Got that about 5 minutes ago. Thanks for the heads up. Let me see here. We'll get to that question maybe next hour. I-44 clean in Missouri. Awesome having you on the air again, serving our industry, and a special thanks to Chris and the team behind the scenes. I'm pumped for the future. Let's see. I listened to your Paul and you for many, many years. Drive for Estes Express. And he goes by the handle Chigger. Thank you very much, Chigger. What else we got? Beaver stuffer. Often imitated, never duplicated. I used the stick shit eliminator in my Series 60 Detroit with 670,000 miles since it was purchased. It always huffed and puffed with cold starts. After driving at only 350 miles, I shut it off for 5 hours, and it fired up much better, I guess, after adding the stick shit eliminator. Okay. That's what you're supposed to do, right? That's the idea. Clean stuff up, right?
You got it. You got it.
All right.
We get that story a lot. And that's very, very common. The black smoke or the cold starts, being able to affect change in that. That's our top tier thing to do.
Okay. And one more before we wrap things up for hour number one. Longtime listener, loved your show back in the day. I'm from Kirbyville, Texas. I got my diesel Duo in today. I'm going to put it in my 2004 Dodge Dually. I listen to your show in my dump truck every day. Let's see. It's going to get some snow down here. They say Monday. Yeah, even down in Texas, they're talking some snow. Anyway, keep up the good work. Have a great day, and thank you from James. James, thanks you for listening in. And, yeah, somewhere down the line, let us know how that diesel Duo worked in your Dodge Dually. All right. Let me see. Hey, it's Friday morning, Chris. That means we've got our weekly contest we've been running here. Top prize, the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset. And, of course, second prize is you got the Big Rig Duo, 2 64-ounce Hot Shot Secret stick shield eliminators, 2 Hot Shot Secret 64-ounce diesel extremes. I've got the winners' names in my hand, or emails, that would be actually. And we're going to share that coming up right after this. So hang on. We'll be back with more. Chris Kabrelchik joins us live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328. 7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Friday. Let's get a quick look. Again, what's been a very, very busy weather pattern as meteorologists are tracking several winter storms. What's been an unbelievable pattern. Of course, we've already seen the icy precipitation, deadly traffic accidents. We were talking in Texas this past day. Close to 20 million people through the country's midsection. They're telling us can expect to be impacted by more winter weather in the coming days, following right behind what's another system that they expect will track across a large portion of the middle of the nation, then kind of dip down into the south central USA this weekend into early next week. That storm could deliver a blast of wintry weather to places like Dallas, which, despite their bout with icy weather Thursday, has not yet recorded accumulating snow, and even points further south in Texas may actually see some snow. It's a stormy pattern across the country. Now, temperatures forecast to dip to record levels, 20s, teens, and even the single digits in some cases by the time we get to Saturday night. Portions of Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, and Arkansas. And that's going to set the stage for a major winter storm. Now, the setup is going to trigger an extensive swath of snow and ice. Anytime the air rises in the atmosphere and you've got the potential, you got the clouds to develop, and thus precipitation. The central states, Sunday into Monday. All depends on how much moisture might be available, how much snow and ice you'll see, but it could be quite heavy. Snow is expected to continue falling at heavy rates as this storm shifts over the southern plains Sunday into Monday. This system could potentially dump up to a foot of snow across a large area, including northwest Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, northwestern Arkansas, and southern Missouri. There's going to be a zone in there that may get buried with up to 18 inches of snow from the Texas Panhandle to central portions of Oklahoma. That's looking to be the bullseye. Other cities in the south central states that pick up at least some snow from this storm will include Oklahoma City, Albuquerque, New Mexico, Amarillo, Texas, Saturday night into Sunday night. We'll be watching for a wintry mix from, say, San Antonio to Austin, Texas, Shreveport to Little Rock, Arkansas, beginning on Sunday night. Okay, so busy pattern we've been dealing with here as of late. But we're back with Chris Gabrelchik and taking your calls tonight from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. I know everybody's kind of anxiously anticipating. I always tell them, hang on till 1 o'clock so everybody can get logged in and be all set and ready to roll Friday mornings. This is our third week out of 5. We've got grand prize here, the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset. Now, I've got an email, and the winner would be WILLT. Will T at somethingorother.net. If that's your email, you got the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset. Runner-up prize, of course, the Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo. Email is OTRDriver30. OTRDriver30 at somethingorother.com. There's our winners for week number 3. If you can get through, you can maybe send us a message, send us an email, and obviously we'll be getting in contact with you. Last week, we had a winner that just happens to be someone that's been a fairly regular caller on the program. What's going on, Happy Pappy?
Mr. Steve Sommers, how are you tonight, sir?
Doing well.
Good. Hey, listen, I just happened to be calling you from this Stellar Pluto Duo headset. I'm out here driving at the moment, and it seems to be working pretty good. But I will give you a full report when I put this thing through the full test.
Okay.
Hey, listen, I got to tell Chris how much the first caller said how the trucking industry, how much they appreciated what Chris has done for you and the show. And I would just like to tell him on behalf of the law enforcement community out here how much we can appreciate what he has done for you and us and everybody else out here. It's a heck of a thing he's done. He's a good man, great company. I had the pleasure of meeting him, if you recall, about a year ago. It might have been his last time that he was on the air with you over there at the other place. But I had the pleasure of meeting him. And if you recall, the next night when I stopped in, I didn't actually stop in. I just pulled in on the 6th floor there. But I told you that I was so amazed at this man's knowledge of not only how the combustible engine works, but the chemistry that he knows and how to make these products work. You know, I listened to that whole 4-hour show with him talking, and I was just blown away at his knowledge of what he's done with his company, and it's amazing. So hats off to him. Thank God. Love him a bunch for doing what he's done.
Well, thank you very much. I really, really do appreciate that. You're making me feel very humble here. We do have a passion for chemistries and for the engines, and that's, you know, you're talking about where the company's gone, all the different things, and how we get into it. You know, early on when the company started growing, I really didn't have any good sense of how to run a company because I'd never managed anybody or did anything like that. I was just kind of a technician type guy. So I started reading business books. It's like, man, we had a lot of dysfunctions going on in the company. Like, heck, doesn't seem like we can even get our shoes tied in the morning. So I, started reading these books, and they said, you really have to figure out what your passion is and go that way. And in the book, it was called Good to Great. They gave the example of Sony and Zenith. They said, every TV in the 70s and 80s was probably a Sony or a Zenith, but then Sony took off and Zenith kind of died out because they didn't know where they were going. So the guy was saying, if you've got a growing company, you better figure out who you want to be when you grow up. Otherwise, the trade winds will take you in a direction, and then kind of you'll just poop out. So I thought, what is it that we really love? Well, we really love the technology. We love figuring things out. We love problem shooting and coming up with great products. We really have to stay focused on that. Otherwise, we'll end up being like Zenith instead of Sony. And it's true. I mean, the whole company, everybody gets really stoked about what we're doing. We have Friday morning meetings. So we bring everybody in and have breakfast and kind of go over what's going on in the R&D lab, what new products we're working on, wins and misses. We tried this, it didn't work, but we got some other ideas that we're going to try to work on. But there really is a passion in the whole company on what we're doing.
Well, I could say your knowledge of the chemistry that goes into this is just unbelievable. I mean, it blows me away. I can tell you that. But I'm just a flatfoot. I thought maybe you had a doctor in a chemistry degree or something.
I don't, but we do have a chemical engineer on staff, and we have other chemists on there. So they help me out. And a lot of times it's just finding the right people to talk to. Originally, that's what I kind of started the company on, was I found all these really good technologies out in the field, but they weren't really being applied to regular people or to areas like our PAO base oil. I'm trying to think of how not to get too complicated and get lost on the story, but one of the problems with some of the diesel engines at the time, and even today, some of the racing engines, is they're just so harsh on an oil. They need what's called a PAO base oil, which is a full synthetic. Not the kind you buy on the shelf, but one that's man-made. Well, we're working the oil field, and they were using these PAO synthetics. And it's like, well, this is the oil you need. Well, guess what? It's not available. You can't buy it in the U.S. on a retail shelf. Now, if you have an oil rig, you can buy a drum of it, but nobody put it in a quart. So he says, well, heck, we could do that. So it was just a matter of finding the right technology and bringing it to the everyday user. And a lot of times we'll talk to a lot of the chemists and things from the big companies, the Lubrizols and Aftons of the world, and say, hey, this is what we're trying to do. What products do I have available to me, that you can help us with? So we work in close coordination with them also. But
and I know, you started this company out in your garage, so don't sell yourself short here, because you were mixing this stuff up in your garage, before the company took off. So,
yep. And that was because I couldn't find anybody else to do it. I mean, I even went to different companies and said, here, this is what we got to do. And they said, yeah, we don't want to bother with that. It's not a big enough problem for us to be interested in. So that's how I ended up doing it. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is. Living the American dream, right? So, hey, listen, Chris, thanks again for everything you've done. God love you. And I'll get off of here so somebody else can get on here and give you a shout, and keep up the good work.
All right. We'll keep.
You got it. And thank you for keeping us safe and making sure that everybody's doing what they're supposed to do. That's really important.
Yes, sir.
Have a good morning, Pappy. Be safe out there. There you go. You remember meeting Pappy, don't you?
I sure do. That's the one thing I miss about this remote thing. It's like we don't have our brakes on at the top of the hour.
Yeah. Okay, let me see. I've got, as lines become available, which we're pretty busy this morning, obviously. It's 844-844-3388. Let me jump down to Army on the line with Chris Gabrelchik. Hello, Army.
Steve, Chris, gentlemen, good morning. Wow, I just woke up and I'm not going to be driving tonight. I'm taking a restart, so I'm sitting here playing Xbox. Chris, thank you so much for getting Steve back on the air. I remember, you and I kind of have a little bit of a history. After all those years, I remember you calling into Dale and calling into Steve and working in your garage, building your company. And I remember taking that leap of faith, trying the Stiction Eliminator in my old 07 Freightliner. It had that Series 60 14-liter, the one with the EGR valve that refills the engine constantly with gunk. And I remember buying a half quart of your Stiction Eliminator, dropping that in because it was a half gallon of that Stiction Eliminator, and the engine was a half gallon low of oil. So I'm like, let me just see what this does. I remember leaving Knoxville with that stuff in there, and by the time I made it up to Harrisburg, that I had 40,000 pounds in the trailer, and the roll-on power had returned, and it just kept getting better from there. Of course, there was a god-awful stink out of the blow-by, but when you're washing all that crap out of your engine, what do you expect? But that stuff, man, it just rocked. So, congratulations on building your company, dude. You've done a great job.
Thank you.
These days I'm running go ahead, I'm sorry.
I said thank you. It's been exciting, and we are excited as anybody is to have Steve back on the air.
The question aspect of this is, there's been a lot of talk bandied about lately of how well this stuff will work in a four-wheeler engine. Let's say a 5.0 Ford or something like that, gassers. I've got a 97 Mountaineer. It sits a lot, like all the time. Like, when I'm not driving my truck. And I'm like, okay, this thing's got 298,000 or 286,000 miles on it. It's a high mile engine. Would that Stiction Eliminator help, and your gasoline additive, would those things help out? And it's also having that, shift into fourth gear where it automatically goes into overdrive and you're climbing a hill and it kind of judders a little bit. You got to back off the throttle. It's doing that. So I'm kind of curious, is your automatic transmission additive, your gasoline additive, and with the Stiction Eliminator, would these help in my high mile vehicle?
Absolutely. That's, we even put the Stiction Eliminator in a small 16-ounce bottle for cars for that reason. The marketing side, that's really difficult to navigate through because, we're known as the diesel company, and how do you cross that over? So that's on the books for this year to come up with different colors or, maybe a slightly different formula, but it'll do wonders for that car because the same problem is going to be in there that we have in a diesel engine, only because it's got so many miles on it. So we may have to rename it high mileage oil additive or something, but that kind of stuff drives me nuts because I'm not a marketing person. The transmission stiction eliminator, they're going to change that name to shift restore because the retailers didn't like the way we had it named. I'm not a marketing guy. When I came up with some of those names, it was, pretty basic. That's the kind of guy.
Right.
But you will notice a definite difference within, especially on a transmission, like within minutes. It really gets in there. It has a Group 5 ester, which means that it's a really, really tiny oil molecule that's about 10 times smaller than a regular oil molecule. And it goes in and it coats all the different metal surfaces inside that transmission so that everything slides better. And it's amazing how well it works. The first time we came out with that product was back in the 90s when all those bluish green Dodge Caravans were out. And they were having transmission problems. Yep. And it seemed like everybody was saying, man, the transmissions aren't holding up. We came across this product, worked on it, and boom, it was fixing them left and right. So then we took it and started using it in excavating equipment because that was during the housing boom. And it was doing the same thing in the Bobcats and in the backhoes. The joysticks would get kind of sticky after a while and they wouldn't respond as quickly. And it was almost like an instantaneous boost on those. But we, just kept building it from there. So that would be a great addition to there. And then the Gasoline Extreme is the heaviest, dutiest detergent that you can find as far as like cleaning up the inside of that gas system and getting everything going. There's nothing that you could buy that will clean up the gasoline side of it better than that product.
Okay. Do you guys ship through U.S. mail?
We do.
All right.
Yeah, we do a lot through U.S. mail. So. Yeah.
All right, cool. When I get ready to get home, I'll submit a nice giant order. I guess your 1 quart bottle will be what, a half quart or so added to engine oil for the oil treatment.
Correct. And
okay.
Yeah, that's right. We've got a discount code I'll get to here in a second. We'll put that out there because we do have a discount for tonight's show, which I forgot about.
All right, cool.
Yeah, we hadn't got to that yet.
I'll try to copy that down, or Steve can text it to me. But hey, I appreciate y'all's time. I'm going to punch out and let the next caller get in there, and I got stuff to do. I got laundry to do. So
all right, have fun with that, Army. Yeah, I know we already have a code. Overnight Drive gets 10% off. We got something different tonight for our show we hadn't even touched on yet?
That was the one that Kyle had sent me a memo and said that there's a 10% overnight. You just said it there. I'm trying to go through his notes to me.
Overnight Drive.
Then first responders get an additional 10% off. So it says that this is in addition to the 10% discount always available to military, first responders, and CDL holders.
Correct. So you can get a total of 20% off for CDL holders. There you go.
That's right.
That'll save you up. Yeah, you use that code, Overnight Drive, and of course, obviously, Army, you're a CDL holder, so you'll get 20% off your order. Let me see. Looking at 25 past the hour. Who's next up here? I'm trying to. Got all these different pages with messages, email, and so much good stuff. Let me see. Horse Feathers sent me a message. Am I the winner? I don't think your email is. I don't think that's the one because it says WILLT. There's no dot or anything in there at something or other .net. And you're at a Gmail website, I believe. Someone out there must have a very close email address to you, Horse Feathers. Hello there.
They must. Thank you. Morning, Your Honor. Hey, Steve.
Yes.
Be careful. The boss is watching.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Anyways, well, thank you, Chris, for being here. I'm sorry you had to settle for Steve Sommers to be your host of your show and all that, but I guess, you take what you get there, right?
Uh-huh.
What you can get a hold of at the time. All right, I'm just ripping you, Steve.
What happened to the Tom Brady thing? He's the Tom Brady of radio hosts.
He's the goat, is he?
That's
We're gonna go from calling him Your Honor to your goat, your goatness. But no, anyways, it's great that you did what you did. As everybody said, and everybody will say, I'm sure, it's actually bigger and better now, and it looks like it's going to go on to be even bigger and better. I think the only one that could say it better there was probably Maverick. This thing just keeps getting bigger and bigger every year.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, there. So, hey, I got a question there because I ended up with a bottle of your Shift Restore there from your live show on the Thursdays, and I got an old 03 Suburban, and I've always been a person with an automatic transmission that if you don't do something to it on a regular basis right from the beginning and you haven't done anything to it, the best thing to do to it is not do anything to it at all if it doesn't have any problems. Should I add the Shift Restore, or should I stick with my old feeling of if it's doing what it's supposed to do, I shouldn't do anything to it?
I would add the Shift Restore, but are you having any problems with it, or is it just dead fine?
Nope. It's got 160,000 miles on it, and as I say, I was a lucky winner to get the bottle sent to me. Josh. I think Josh had somebody else in there with him when they drew my name, but yeah, I got that, a nice extra large T-shirt to help advertise. And I don't know if you heard from Steve there or not, but with one of the previous orders I had, I did apply your Hot Shot Secret sticker to the back window of the Chevy Suburban, so that's there. But as I say, I was always kind of had the feeling that if you were one of those good service people that you dropped your pan, dropped your oil, and changed your filter every 50,000 miles or 75,000 miles on a transmission, and you always did it regular and you were good at it, then keep doing that. But for us people that never were good at doing that, as long as nothing was going on with it, we didn't mess with it because it liked what it had in it. Mm-hmm. So I just didn't know, where if I should try to change my way of thinking, I'm never opposed to a different opinion,
I have heard that also, and I've heard that it was the metal dust in there would, once you cleaned it out, it wouldn't shift right. You should be able to put Shift Restore in there and it would help it, but normally we use a Shift Restore in places where it's just not shifting quite right. And I've had cars and trucks that have done this. After a while, they just start shifting funny, like it doesn't kick into the fourth gear or wherever it's supposed to go. We put one treatment of the Shift Restore there, and all of a sudden it's shifting just like it did new again. So if you're not having a problem, I don't know that you're going to see a huge gain on it because it's not really made to do that. It's made to fix. It's made to fix it when it starts to build up,
Then the next question would be, what's the shelf life on this bottle that I have? I mean, if I put it on my shelf, could I keep it until I decide I have an issue and then decide to put it in then?
Yes, you can. There's no shelf life on it. It'll last forever. Those hydrocarbons they don't break down. They're good for forever. Then in that product, there's like not even any additives or anything to settle out. It's just a Group 5 oil. It's the oil molecules that are doing the job in that application.
All right. Well, very good then. Hope you're enjoying your time down there in Florida. I know there's a couple people that were listeners on the other side there before Steve got let go and came over here. I got them all hooked up to get them into the YouTube and all that to be able to listen to you. And they're looking forward to meeting you. And they wanted to stop in like the very first day Steve was on the air. And I'm like, well, I don't think Chris is there, so you might want to wait a little bit. But,
yeah, right.
But they definitely are an older couple, and they're very supportive of Steve. And they were on the cruise with us here this the last cruise that Steve did there, they were out there with us, and they're very looking forward to you. So when you get yourself back up in Ohio, that's one of their turnaround points. It's not too far away from where your facility's at, and they definitely want to stop in and visit with you, and I guess make some purchases. So.
Well, if they come in, make sure they ask me. We'll give them the grand tour and show them everything.
All right.
Thanks.
I'll make sure I pass that along in case, but I know they're listening because they did text me back there last night there and wanted to know if I was all right. My mechanical problem, Steve, was that we started running into a little bit of snow south side of Baltimore, and I reached down to turn the knob on there to run the squeegees back and forth across the glass, and I turned the knob on and nothing happened. So we had to make an alternate plan and get to a shop that I knew of to park the truck overnight, and so that got worked on, and we got full working wipers again tonight. So we were out and ran into some snow down in the Richmond area, and it all pretty much let up there by the time we got back up to Washington. And I'm back up Baltimore way now, and everything's been not clear, but roads are dry, so I don't know if there's supposed to be anything else here in this area or not. I kind of missed all the weather forecasts tonight, so
most of it's gone. You still got a little bit left there in parts of Maryland, and I mentioned it the first hour. There's kind of like a little split zone north of D.C., south of D.C., but the bulk of the storm is out of there. Well, thank you very much, Horse Feathers, and it's Lucky Penny and Ranger Jack, I believe he's talking about. Yeah, they do their turnaround real close to your home base there in Mount Gilead there, Chris. So that's one of these days they'll get a chance to stop in and say hi and support Hot Shot Secret. All right, we are due for a quick timeout. I got Dan, not Don. Hang in there. Got you coming up next. I know he's a big supporter of Hot Shot Secret. Heat Wave on the line. I can't tell who that is. Got a couple available lines at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back with it on a Friday. Back at it as we get set for the weekend. What are we looking at? Yeah, a couple lines available. As I said, 844-844-3388. Your opportunity to say hi to Chris Gabrelchik, the one that got us all back together again. What's happening, Dan?
Morning, Steve. Morning, Chris. I just want to say thanks a lot, Chris, for everything you're doing with Steve there. You can't go wrong when you got the number one product and the number one talk show host in the country. I was wanting to tell you what I told Steve back in August. I got a 2012 Kenworth ISX Cummins engine in it, and the head cracked and hydro-locked it. I went ahead and rebuilt the engine, did an in-frame rebuild on it, and the mechanic could not believe that the motor had 936,000 miles on it. He said the bearings, the mains and rod bearings, wasn't even wore through the first coating yet. And I got 996,000 miles on the original injectors and turbo on this truck. Your product works.
See, that's a story we'd love to hear. And I could see that. I've heard that many times before. It's the same story. It really does do a great job. Try not to oversell it because it sounds like you're just, well, it's your product. Of course, you're going to say it's great, but it really does do a great job, like you just said.
Yeah, he said there was no tarnish on any part of that engine. He said everything just clean as could be, like brand new parts. He couldn't believe that, he thought he wanted to know what kind of oil I used and how often I change it. I change it every 30,000 miles. Every fourth oil change, I put a gallon of Hot Shot Secret in it, and I run all your fuel additives. You're doing everything just right. When we were coming up with the formula for the stiction eliminator, we used what's called a G133, and it's kind of a normal test that they use for like wear analysis, like scratching wear. So it's like a pin scratching back and forth on a piece of metal, and then they measure out how much metal did you gouge out, and then you would test different formulas. So we were using Shell Rotella as our base oil, and we wanted to say, okay, how much better can we make it? And we wanted to test all these different products that we brought in from all over the world to say, which one is the best at reducing this wear? Well, by the time we got done, the stiction eliminator was able to reduce the friction by 62%, the wear by 62%, which was huge. I mean, that basically means that the engine's going to last twice as long. So it was a big find, and that goes along with what you're saying, that the reduced amount of wear inside there is from what we were able to put together. So again, that's what I was saying earlier in the show. It was a really unique thing that we were able to do by reducing the wear and cleaning it up at the same time, because most people think of cleaners in terms of solvents and lubricants in terms of, slippery things. So being able to do both of them together was really unique in the marketplace. Yeah, my soon-to-be son-in-law, he's a diesel mechanic, and he swears by your synthetic oil for the Power Stroke Ford. That's the only thing he'll use. He uses 100% of your product. He swears by it.
If you have a Power Stroke Ford, the only oil that's going to hold up in there is our Blue Diamond or the Green Diamond oil. And the reason is, I started talking about it a little bit earlier, but anybody can look this up on the internet. Back in the early days when Castrol used to sell synthetic, when they were the first ones to kind of bring it to the market, it was what they called a PAO or Group 4 oil. And the idea there was it was a man-made molecule. They were all the same exact size. It was just a true synthetic. But then they started, and everybody had that kind of oil as far as synthetics. But then they came out with what was called a Group 3, which in essence is if you take like a regular oil and you refine it a little bit more and you take some more of the molecules out, it will be a little bit better. So just to give you one more piece of that story, if you're looking at taking a piece of plywood, rolling it across the gym floor, you have all different sized balls in there. You have like basketballs and
pool balls and marbles, all different sizes, that board is going to roll. But then if you took all the larger ones out, it's going to roll even better. But then which is what a group 3 is, but they did get some gains. But then if you took just all BBs or all marbles and rolled it, it's going to roll even better. So the problem was that, when Castrol switched over to a group 3, the other oil companies took them to court, and they went to the Federal Trade Commission and said, hey, they can't call this a synthetic. And after court hearings, the Federal Trade Commission said, hey, if they want to call it synthetic, they can call it synthetic. We're not going to stop them. Well, this would have been like 80s. After that point, all the synthetics on the shelf became group 3 base oils. And they call them all full synthetic. So if you buy a full synthetic Mobil or full synthetic Chevron, it's not a man-made material. It's just we call it dyno oil, but it's just regular oil that they've re-refined it so that it's a little bit better or a lot better. But the problem is it doesn't have the shear resistance that the PAO does. So in that engine, in those power strokes, there's a tremendous amount of shear on the oil. And the only thing that will hold up to it is a full PAO synthetic base oil. And we're the only ones that offer that right now on the shelf. So it's a long about way of getting there, but it's important to understand the difference between them. Just to throw out some rough numbers, when we look at the synthetic oils in compressors or hydraulics, we can see that like a group 1 will last about 1,000 hours. A group 2 will last about 2,000 to 3,000 hours. The group 3 is what we call full synthetic on the shelf today, would last about 5,000 to 7,000 hours, which is a huge improvement. But if you look at a PAO base oil, it lasts 40,000 hours. So it's leaps and bounds better as far as shear resistance. It's just the problem is it's not widely available on the shelf because of the cost. It's an expensive oil because it's made. I mean, it's man-made, in a reactor, but it's really, really top tier. That's what we use for all of our racing oils, because that's a really high shear area. But the power stroke is one of the places where it definitely pays off.
Yeah, because he said you got to keep the oil pressure. And he said that oil keeps a lot better oil pressure too.
Absolutely, yeah, because it doesn't. See, that's the thing about the PAOs. They don't change viscosity or thickness as they get hotter and colder. They kind of stay pretty consistent, but they don't need a lot of what they call VI improvers. Viscosity improvers are what makes the oil thicker when it gets hot and thinner when it gets cold. So if you think about it, that's kind of contradictory to what you normally think. You put oil, you heat it up, it just gets thinner and runny, right? That's what oils do. But the VI improvers are made to thicken it up a little bit when it gets hotter and then thin back out when it gets cold. So it would be, they call them polymers, but they're like rubber pellets. And the idea would be when it gets cold out, they shrink down small so that you get good oil pressure, when it's cold, and it gets the oil into all those little nooks and crannies and doesn't starve the engine. But then as you start to put some workload on it, they swell up a little bit and give you a little bit of thickness in the oil so that you have that, the lubrication where you need it. So that's how they work. The problem is that they shear. So over time, they cut in half and in half and in half again. That's why when you put the oil in your truck, it feels nice and thick, between your fingers, but you check it at 15,000 miles, it feels not that way. It's kind of thin, almost like kerosene. It's got that, just a thinned out feel to it. Well, all the VI improvers have been sheared in there, and there's nothing left but the original oil that they started with. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah. I just bought a 2001 Duramax, got the LB7 in it, and the oil was just changed in it at a Ford dealer. I don't know what kind of oil they used in it, but we changed it, and it was like water, and we went ahead and put the synthetic in it, and I couldn't believe just the difference in the sound of the motor just by changing the oil.
Mm-hmm.
So,
absolutely, yep.
But I just want to tell you, I really appreciate you sponsoring the show, and I'm 100% behind your product. I told Steve years ago that your product's the only thing I've ever bought in 34 years out here that ever actually did what it said it would do. And that's just, and I learned about it from word of mouth. So.
We spend a lot of money on marketing, and then when you spend a lot of money, you're always trying to find out what's working and what's not. That's the way advertising works, of course. And when we do our surveys, the number one source is always word of mouth. I mean, even with TV shows and radio shows and print ads and trade shows, it's still word of mouth that gets us the most boost. So keep on telling everybody about it, because that's what's driving the company.
Oh, I definitely tell everybody about it. Saved me a bunch of money, because I thought I put injectors in my old 2003 International in about 2008, and the guy told me about it, and I never did put injectors in that truck. So
there we go. That's the stories we like.
Yep. Well, thanks again. Take care and have fun down there in Florida.
All right, Dan. Thank you so much for checking in out there, Dan. Big supporter of the Hot Shot Secret products. That's great. I'm trying to check through some of the comments. Kyle sent me. He said we're getting a lot of people saying, "Yeah, thanks so much for bringing the show back." I'm looking here. Roy, definitely a thanks to Chris for the platform. Larry, morning, Steve from Southern Virginia. Andrew, checking in from Houston, says, thank you, Chris. Santa Claus, Klaus Witt is his name. Morning, Steve and Chris. Calling in from the Jubitz parking lot in Portlandia. He's out in California, I think. Okay. Alan says, well, it's my birthday. Thanks, Chris and Steve, for keeping the show going. I listen to the YouTube cast every morning. Jay from Michigan. Let's see. Morning to the Hitman. Thank you, Mark. Shadow Wolf checking in. He calls me the Hitman. Let's see. And maybe a couple more here. Ron. They're talking about how cold it is out there. Yeah. Boy, they've got, Chris, they've got like wind chills at 40 below zero up in parts of Montana, North Dakota. It's unbelievable. Hey, that's a good point to say, don't forget to be treating your diesel fuel. If you do a typical anti-gel treatment, what kind of a temp is that going to protect you up to, Chris?
So normally the products you buy off the shelf are good to about -20. Ours, the diesel winter anti-gel that we affectionately call DWAG, will take it down to about -60.
Wow.
For the pour point. The cold, yeah. So we tried to hit it out of the park. The hard part about winter anti-gels, and it's just another tip for everybody that's out there, driving trucks, because this is your life and your livelihood. The stronger the product is, the faster it actually gels up in its natural form, which sounds really strange. But it's made out of like a vinyl acetate, which that doesn't help. But the point is, it's almost a solid when they start. So the stronger it is, the thicker it will get, the colder it is. So what we need to do is, if you really want a strong product that helps the fuel, you got to almost keep it above freezing temperature, which is hard when you're in a truck. So a lot of people will put our DWAG out in the toolbox or out, outside, and it's like, wow, this is gelling up in the bottle. Is it any good? Yeah, it's good. It's just, that's the way the stuff works. If we thinned it out with kerosene or some sort of solvent, it would not do that, but then it wouldn't work as well. So that's one of those marketing dilemmas. Do you want to give them the strongest product on the market, but then it's a little bit harder to handle? Or do you want to thin it out and it's not going to work as well in the diesel fuel, but then it can withstand colder temperatures? We chose to make it as strong as we could, so we're trying to work a fine balance there.
Well, I know if you're out there and you do, and your fuel line gels up or whatever, I guess, is it in the fuel line or is it in the filter where it gels up? And if it's 20 below actual air temperature and a wind chill, 40 below zero, you can't hardly get out and pop the hood to even try to put a fresh fuel filter on, can you?
No, and the problem is the wax inside the fuel starts. So diesel fuel has wax in it. And if anybody has questions about winter anti-gels, feel free to call in. I'll give you the straight scoop on all of them. I mean, we've been doing this for a long time as far as the anti-gels go. But what happens, there's wax in the diesel fuel, and we use wax modifiers that break it up and keep it from being able to coagulate together. So when it gets cold, they want to stick. And if you looked inside diesel fuel, it looks just like wax floating in there. Then the filter picks it up. Once it gets into the filter, you got to take that off or warm it up, one or the other. So what what the anti-gels do is they break them down into little tiny bits and pieces. The smaller you can break it up and the longer you can keep it dispersed, the better, the treatment is. We also have a special product in there that we call WAS, or wax anti-settling agent. And this is something that they use in military jets. It's kind of expensive, but we use it because what happens sometimes when you disperse the wax, it will actually settle down to the bottom of the tank, which is, a real strange reaction to happen. And then it gets caught in the filter. So it takes a combination of both the anti-gels and the wax anti-settling agents to keep the fuel flowing perfectly, in weather like this.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
I do a lot better if I have a whiteboard.
All right. Who's next up here?
It's hard for me to. Everybody says it's hard for me to talk without a whiteboard because I'm always drawing pictures and explaining things. It's just one of those things that I've gotten the habit of doing. So it's hard to get it across on the radio. But if you have questions, I'd be glad to clarify it in any way, shape, or form there.
Very good. All right. I look at the screen. I don't know. I don't see a name. LTD, FR3. Somebody wanting to talk about the FR3 or something. I'm not sure. Who we got?
LTD.
LTD. So that's what it says. LTD. Okay.
Yeah. It picked it up good that time, didn't it?
Uh-huh.
Chris, I ordered some of that FR3. I heard you guys talk about it in the past when Steve was on the other show, but I never used it. And I got a 2000 Silverado with a 5.3 in it. Kick, like the lifter's always knocking a little bit. And I just did a fresh oil change on it, and I was getting 15 miles a gallon with that truck. I haven't checked the fuel mileage on it, but I drive 38 miles to work one way. And usually by Thursday, I'm right between a quarter and empty, about an eighth of a tank left in the truck. Well, tonight coming into work, I filled it up Monday like I always do. Tonight I came into work, and the thing's just sitting over a half tank. So whatever it's doing inside that motor has worked, but I still got that lifter knocking on it. What would you suggest to do with that thing?
I would give the FR3 some more time. Maybe next time you change oil, do it again, and hopefully we'll knock it out of there. But normally that's one of the areas that we really do well with is those little ticks and noises like that. Surprised I didn't get it taken care of already, but it seems to be working if you're getting the increased fuel economy.
Yeah, I haven't checked. I'm gonna check the fuel mileage on it this morning because I'm gonna fill it back up. But yeah, I'm really impressed. I can't believe that the fuel mileage is done that well. I mean, because it's over, like I said, a half tank that it hasn't used yet. I'm really shocked at it, But I got another question for you. I just put a $3,000 transmission in that thing. Transmission went out about $240,000 on it. And I heard you talking about that transmission lubrication that you got. Would you recommend putting that in a brand new? Would you recommend putting that in a new transmission?
I would. Yeah, because it's going to increase. It's going to coat everything in there with the esters and make it last longer. It does. I mean, we kind of market it as a shift restore because it does restore the shifting pattern, but we also know that the racers, and when we rebuild transmissions, like the racers will come to us, we use the FR3 in their transmission fluids just because we know it makes them hold up a lot longer.
Should I drain some of the... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, just because you don't have to drain any out because that capacity is so big that I think it only takes 16 ounces. It doesn't even show up on the stick hardly. At least that's been my experience so far. It doesn't really seem to make much difference. And so for those of you that don't know, we do a lot in the racing, especially the diesel racing industry. And a lot of it is just for research and development, but it's also to prove the products that we have. A lot of our synthetic transmission fluids and our synthetic oils, if we make any changes or tweaks, we take to the racers because those guys have so much to lose. That doesn't sound right. So they spend so much money on dynos and making sure that everything's working right. It's just a great resource for us as far as a tool to know what's working and what's not. But to answer your question about the FR3, we put those in brand new transmissions. They put them on dynos. They see a difference. They also, after they get to the end of the racing season, they tear things apart and they show us this is what it looks like. This is, way better than it was before. And this is how. So we use a lot of that for our research and development team.
Well, I'm seriously impressed. I really am. I'm going to continue using your product. I own 3 or more vehicles and a Harley with a 107 on it, and I'm going to not change oil in that. I'm going to drop it in my Harley too and see how that runs. But yeah, I'm glad you're back on the air, Steve, and thanks, Chris, for everything. I really enjoyed the show, man.
Hey, thank you for checking in. LTD, it's not a handle I really recognize.
LTD, we did do a dyno. Was because we did a dyno on a Harley, and we used the FR3, and I think it was only like 4 ounces, and we were able to get a 4% increase in horsepower on a dyno doing the before and after. So it does a great job on there.
Okay, got a question via the from the messenger. Which products, Chris, do you recommend for, I guess, an 08 6.4 Power Stroke with 80,000 miles on it? Where's a good starting point?
You said 08?
Yes.
So that's like 12 years old. I would start with one treatment of Stiction Eliminator, only because it's probably been sitting for a good bit. And what happens with the engine oil and diesel engine is once the acid starts to build up inside, it continues even while it's sitting there. So one treatment of the Stiction Eliminator, and then after that, just use the FR3, and it should be tip-top shape. The FR3 is a version of the Stiction Eliminator. For those of you that don't know, FR is friction reducer, and then there's 3 patented products in there. So we called it FR3. But it's kind of like Stiction Eliminator, except we took some of the detergents out because it wasn't as much of a cleanup product as it was a increase the efficiency and keep the engine clean type of product. But definitely would use FR3 after that in that truck.
Okay. And then on the fuel side, would you put some Diesel Extreme in there? Or?
Yes, absolutely. Thanks for reminding me of that. So the Diesel Extreme is our cleanup fuel additive that we produced. It was kind of a 2-step treatment. That was our second product that we introduced after the Stiction Eliminator. And the idea was to make the strongest diesel fuel additive on the market. Excuse me. So we worked with 2 different chemists, and it took us months to put together the formula to make it the strongest product that money could buy. And the idea was it was made to be a one-time cleanup. And when I was rolling through this, the idea of it, it's, if I own a diesel truck and I know there's a problem with the fuel side of my injector, I want to make sure it gets fixed with one treatment. I don't want to put 6 different things in there. So we kept rolling through different formulas and different products that we could use. And that's how we came up with the Diesel Extreme. It's made to be a one-time treat, maybe once a year, twice a year after that. And then the follow-up to that is the Everyday Diesel treatment, which is, made to keep the system clean and keep it running at peak performance. So in that case, again, it's 12 years old. The Diesel Extreme is going to clean up any varnish, any buildup that's inside the fuel system. The idea would be, if you ran the Stiction Eliminator, the Diesel Extreme, and then went in there with a scope, it should look like a brand new system, literally like brand new. Should be able to find anything at all in there.
All right, good deal. So yeah, that'll clean everything up. So you start with the Diesel Extreme and then go to the Everyday Diesel treatment, and you use that for every fill up. Then is that correct?
Well, we would switch over to the Everyday Diesel treatment, for every fill up after that.
That's what I meant. Yeah,
that's
every
correct.
day. Okay.
So, yeah. So it just if you could kind of imagine this, one of them, you're cleaning up all the mechanicals inside there, and then you're chemically altering the fuel so that it burns better. And that's what the EDT does. And it also has a lot of lubricity agents in it to keep the lubricity up to where it needs to be. But the idea is not just the idea, but we've actually tested it. If you check the exhaust coming out of the diesel engine before the EDT and then after, you'll see less exhaust smoke coming out. And what we've been able to do is convert some of that stuff that was blowing out of the tailpipe into BTUs to give you fuel economy. So we're burning more of the diesel fuel, giving you better fuel economy and a better running truck. And you just have less exhaust fluid, less regens, the whole 9 yards.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All righty. Well, we'll get a quick timeout here as we've hit the top of the hour at 2:01 Eastern Time. Heat Wave got you coming up next. Jim's on the line, and I think Mike, I believe that's the gentleman that Captain Ron turned us on to the show, who's only been listening, just introduced to us here in recent days. And we'll get back to the calls here just ahead. You want to jump on board? Got a couple open lines at 844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thanks so much. Back at it here as we make our way to a Friday. Got the weekend coming on. Let me see here. Looks like we may have momentarily lost Chris. He'll have to dial us back up. So while he takes care of that, I was just looking through some of the advisories, National Weather Service offices around the country. We've got a big weekend coming on with old man winter kind of weather on the horizon here. What's been a very, very busy schedule in recent days. Let me start over in Salt Lake City from the Weather Service office in Salt Lake City. You got a winter storm watch in effect from Saturday afternoon through Sunday morning. Snow is expected late tonight through Friday afternoon, so that's kind of like now, 5 to 10 inches, another round of heavy snow Saturday through Sunday morning, which may bring an additional 10 to 20 inches of accumulation. Now, this is going to be for the central mountains and the southern mountains. They're in parts of Utah. We're watching for our next system to be climbing on board up in the Northeast. And looks like some of our friends in Horsefeather's neck of the woods may be looking at another winter storm. Winter weather advisory in effect until 7 a.m. this morning. And they've also now tagged on a winter storm watch from Saturday morning through Sunday afternoon. Now, for the winter weather advisory until 7 a.m. this morning, what we're talking about is you're going to be looking for snow accumulations 1 to 3 inches. This isn't going to the Saturday into Sunday, but more ice. We're talking maybe 1/4 of an inch or more could be forthcoming, and that means more power outages. Another advisory for the central portions of Virginia, the winter storm watch, Saturday morning through Sunday morning, 2 to 4 inches of snow, ice accumulations, they're saying a light glaze. But for the winter storm watch, heavy mixed precipitation possible. That's total accumulations up to 1 inch of ice, and 1/4 of an inch or more. Okay, snow accumulations of up to 1 inch, ice accumulations of 1/4 of an inch or more. I was thinking an inch of ice. That would be devastating. But yeah, even with 1/4 of an inch of ice, power outages, tree damage likely, and travel could be nearly impossible. So our very busy weather pattern continues. All right, let me see. As Chris tries to get back online, I'm not sure what happened there. I think he's dialing us back in as we speak. So again, our number is 844-844-3388. Let me see if I can get him back online here. We got you back there, Chris.
Yeah, sorry about that. I got a dropped call.
Not a problem. I
miss landlines.
I've done that myself on more than one occasion, so I'm going to jump right back into it. Heatwave's been hanging in here for a while, so he'll say, "Good morning, senor."
Good morning, senor. How y'all doing today?
Doing good.
Doing great.
All right. Great. Hey, thank you very much for bringing Steve back. I tell you what, it's kind of hard to find another medium to listen to when you've been listening to Steve's voice all this time, and it is absolutely fantastic you have brought him back. Thank you, and thank you.
You are welcome, and he is the best. Now we're going to make this the number one trucking show in the country. That's my next goal.
Well, it's getting there. If it ain't there already, then it should be. Hey, just want to ask you about the product, and I also had a question about your production here. Now, you got Steve doing 5 days a week like he was doing before. When holidays kick in, or when Steve needs a vacation from talking to us, because I know sometimes the weekend just doesn't do it, are you planning on having a replacement or a weekend guy and a holiday guy whenever Steve takes time off here in the future?
I have not thought about that. What's your thoughts on that, Steve?
We haven't got to that point yet, so I'm not sure what we're going to be looking at.
It's been quite a ride for the last couple of weeks.
Right. Well, at least, you got, I don't know, Mardi Gras, if he's going to be on the air for that. He may decide to take that Tuesday off.
Uh-oh.
But,
broadcast live from New Orleans.
Hey, that'll work. Yeah. And maybe later on in October, whenever we have our balloon fiesta out in Albuquerque, maybe you can have a rolling studio out there so he can go ahead and see that bunch of hot air that we have that rivals DC. Hopefully they have it this year. Last year they didn't. So
we're opening up all kinds of possibilities here, Steve.
No, yeah.
You should be getting excited about this. You could be going to New Orleans. You could be going to Albuquerque. I'm sure Lisa would be all in for this.
You're talking stuff. You're trying to get me in all kinds of trouble, Heat Wave.
Sorry. Hey,
we need one of those. Well, I was just going to say, we need one of those vans. Remember in the 70s and 80s, they had those broadcast vans that would do broadcast on site?
Yep.
Like on WKRP in Cincinnati?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we need one of those.
Provided it don't get stolen in Albuquerque. Sounds like a very good idea. Hey, listen, I want to talk to you. I've got an 05 Z71 with a 5.3 liter. It's got 211,000 miles on it. I've had the fuel rails cleaned at one time here about 2.5, maybe 3 years ago. And I really haven't seen they said it was supposed to have better fuel economy and better power. I really haven't seen that, and that was done at a GM dealership. And, someone else was asking if you could add that stiction eliminator into a gasoline engine. Now, I'd like to see if we could get that, if that is a possibility to do, if I'd get a better improvement with the fuel economy and power. But the other question is, I also use your competitors' engine oil, where it gets absorbed into the cracks and whatnot of the engine. I was just wondering, is that going to have an adverse effect if I add your product to the other product?
So the short answer is no, it won't have an adverse effect. Usually we try to recommend only using one at a time, more for the purpose of trying to figure out which one's affecting change. So if you're using a product like Motor Coat, they're trying to approach the different problems in a different way chemically. So the problem would be if it fixes it, which one did it, and how do you know in the future what to do? So normally I would recommend waiting till the next oil change and then use the stiction eliminator, and it would do a great job in that engine. Probably if it's on the fuel side, the gasoline extreme is going to give you the most bang for your buck there, because it's going to clean that out. If there is anything besides what was in the fuel rails that's keeping you from getting the performance you need. But no, there shouldn't be any. We've mixed them before in the lab just to see if there's any congealing or anything that might happen. And so far, we haven't seen anything. There's no negative impacts. It's just from a science standpoint, it's usually good to eliminate too many options so you understand what's happening.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I just, it's been a while since I've had the oil changed, I guess. I don't know, I got 3 vehicles. I'm trying to figure out which one's been done lately. But, it's also, too, we got just absolute crappy fuel up there in New Mexico. We got that E10, or not E10, but we got like 10%, 15% ethanol added to our fuel, especially during the winter time. And, I know that's got a lot to do with it. I notice whenever they go to the summer blend, I get better fuel economy. But even with this ethanol mix, I'm still not really getting the kind of fuel efficiency that I had even prior to them getting it to the winter blend. It's even lower than what it had been in the past by at least a mile to the gallon. So I know I got a mountain to climb and then drop down, but usually I was averaging out about 19 to 20 miles to the gallon, and right now I'm right about 17 and a half to 18. So I was just hoping that might be a solution to my fuel consumption issue.
I would try the stiction eliminator with the gasoline extreme and just see if that doesn't get you right back where you need to go. Now, the federal government changed the law a couple of years ago, allowing gasoline people to put up to 10% ethanol in the fuel without saying anything. They don't have to report that. They don't have to put it on the pump. It created a lot of problems. But, it used to be every pump would say, up to 10% ethanol, up to 15%. Now they don't have to say anything. They can just put it in there. So, the problem is you don't really know what you're getting most of the time, but that would affect your fuel economy a little bit, especially if it sits. Does that truck sit?
It has been sitting because I got my 15 Camaro that I've been bragging about all this time, and even then the Camaro has only got it's a 15, and right now it only has 41,000 miles. So I'll take one or the other vehicle to Albuquerque. It's like a 30-mile one way, and then it'll sit for 7 days, and then when I get back, take it home, it'll sit for another 2 days for me, just wanting not to drive for a little bit anyways. So, one car's been used, the other one's been overused, but it's just, I don't want that stuff to have a varnish coat on the fuel lines going into the injectors. So.
Yeah, gasoline extreme, definitely. Gasoline extreme, it'll not just clean it up, but one of the other problems with the ethanol is that it wants to pull in moisture from the air, and then at some point it can even phase separate or separate out with the moisture. They use the alcohol to boost up the cetane level or the octane level. It's one of the ways that you can increase octane. So if you're starting off with a 30, or I don't know, trying to think of the numbers now, like an 80 octane, they can get up to 85 using 10% ethanol. So that's one of the reasons they do it. It's a cheap way to get the octane up where the law requires it. But the problem is it wants to suck moisture in from the air, and as it pulls the moisture in, eventually it wants to settle out. So keep it running, but put some gasoline extreme in there and get it cleaned out real good. That would be my first thing. And then the stiction eliminator or the FR3, either one of those would be really good candidates for that.
Excellent. Okay, Senor. Well, again, thank you very much, and you have yourself a wonderful evening.
You have not entered any numbers.
Heat Wave, thank you so much for checking in. We do appreciate. All right, it's 844-3388. I was trying to.
You have not entered any.
Wait a minute, I gotta change that. Okay, so we'll just drop that, and we'll come back to this. Jim is up next. Let me see here. Thanks for hanging in there, Jim. Good morning. It's a Friday, and I know you're wanting to talk to Chris about Hot Shot Secret, right?
Yeah. This is, I appreciate it, Steve. Chris, I've been using your diesels everyday diesel treatment for about the past year. I got a ISX Cummins, and I've listened to people call in and about the using the diesel everyday use and everything, but I ain't never heard nobody say nothing about the DEF system. By me using this, I've my truck don't regen hardly anymore. Does that help with the DEF system on this engine?
It does, and it's one of those things that we need to kind of focus on and get some hard facts out there. We did a test with the city of Columbus, and they were using their trucks that idle and have the blinker lights, so they were running 24/7 with the engine running.
Yeah.
And we were able to reduce their regens from, it was almost once every day to 2 days, because they were idling and they were creating so much soot. We were able to reduce that down to once a week and then once every 2 weeks. So it reduces the amount of regens by making the fuel burn more efficiently, so you're not picking up as much soot in the DPF filter. So yeah, it's
okay.
What you're saying is right. We just don't talk about it enough because it really is a big issue, with the DPF systems.
But I don't idle my truck a lot. I've got one in Thermo King APU units on it. And, usually if it's real cold or too hot to sleep without the engine running, it kicks on, but, and I was going to ask you about the APU unit now. With this, everyday diesel treatment, I got a measuring cup, and, that's the thing about with these products, different products. Some people's got a black bottle on stuff, but you've got clear bottles, and it's marked pretty good. But I use a measuring cup. Then every time I fuel this thing religiously, every time I get fuel, I put about 1.5 ounces in each tank for 100 to 120 to 130 gallons of fuel. Then sometimes, I'll think, well, if I've got a real heavy load, and I want to pep it up a little bit, I've put, 3 ounces in each tank, and I can really tell the difference how this truck really runs. And it's amazing. I've been driving a truck for 44 years, and I've used everything that's known to man over the years. But this stuff really, I'm really, I really like this diesel treatment you got.
EVT.
But I've never used the diesel extreme. So do I need to run that through here too?
No, if you've been using EVT, you should be in really good shape. We like to use the diesel extreme once a year as a deep clean.
Yeah.
Now, this part of the story isn't quite as scientific, but we know that there's a lot more detergent when we develop the diesel extreme. So it's made to be like a really deep cleaning treatment. We always compare it to like going to the dentist. You only want to do it once or twice a year, but you want to keep brushing your teeth every day. That's the EDT that you're talking about, the everyday diesel treatment. But there is a maintenance dose and a performance dose. So the performance dose does really kick up your power, and it kicks up your fuel economy. The maintenance dose was made to keep everything clean and in good working order. It's a little bit less expensive that way, but different drivers have different needs. So if you want the performance, you can put more in there and get that from it.
Oh yeah, I've noticed that. But now, like on the, about every 75 to 80,000 miles, I use your Stiction Eliminator, and I've used it twice. And the first time I used it, I changed my own oil and filters. And but anyway, the first time I used it, really, it's really noticeable. And like I guess it's the carbon in it, because I started feeling the oil a little bit, and like the thing I drank oil in, I felt of it, and it was a little gritty. I guess that was carbon. It cuts carbon out of inside of your engine.
Yeah, it should actually melt it down.
Yeah,
that's the goal.
Yeah, it wasn't real bad and stuff. And I use the Shell Rotella T. I use the full synthetic 1540. Okay, and I've got 604,000 miles on this truck. Don't use a drop of oil. Then about every 75,000 or 80,000, I put the stiction eliminators through it. And I've done it twice with that. But every time I change the oil, I've been putting a gallon of motor coat in it from day one. Okay. And I've never used your FR3 friction, reducer. Okay. I think next time, I'm gonna order it and I'm gonna try it instead of the one I was using. So the truck holds 11 gallons. So how much do you recommend to put into the FR3?
I think we go 5%. So that would be about a half a gallon, 64 ounces. But the problem with working overnight, I'm not a pro at it like Steve. My brain doesn't click as quick as his does.
Don't start snoring like what's his name does.
Eagle. Yeah.
Eagle. Yeah. Oh man, just kidding on that. But the FR3, I need to put that in every oil change or every second or third oil change, or what do you recommend on that?
We recommend using the FR3 on every oil change, only because you're really making the oil a lot better when you do that. And there's enough gains on the fuel economy that it usually justifies, the cost of the product. But it also keeps the engine clean. It reduces the wear by about 47%. So that's it's a really good way to go. The motor coat, of course, everybody knows that we're both right in the same vicinity here, and we know the guys at Motor Coat, and they go about the process a little bit different than we do. We're using a lot more, like the exotic. We call them exotic materials, just because we're using two different esters that are made specifically for us. I mean, these molecules are actually made for us, and then the nano lubricants that we're bringing in are coming in from overseas, and again, they're made specifically for us. So it's just a little different way of approaching the same thing.
So if I put in 11 gallon if it holds 11 gallon oil, so I need to hold out a gallon. If I put a gallon of this FR3 in, right?
Correct. Yeah, that would be right.
Okay. So on my APU unit, okay, I ain't putting none of that stiction eliminator in. It's a Thermo King. And would it be all right to run it in that Thermo King APU unit? It holds a gallon.
I would.
Okay.
A gallon and a half. So you're only going to need like 4 ounces. It's not going to be very much of the stiction eliminator. I'm trying to pull it up to do the treatment rate real quick, but hopefully I can get that done. I think it would do a great job in the APU unit like you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
So you said that was 11 gallons, so that's 44 quarts.
Yeah, 11 gallon of oil in the engine.
Sorry about that. Normally my brain goes a lot faster than that. So the one-time treatment would be 64 ounces. So it would be half a gallon.
You say 34? How many ounces?
64. Half a gallon.
Half a gallon.
The main jug that we sell, the one that's on the shelf everywhere. Okay. So that's all you would need for that.
Okay, half a gallon for the FR3.
Correct.
2 quarts.
And then on the Thermo King, just like 4 ounces of the stiction eliminator. All right, Jim, great call. Thank you very much. You get to go through a bunch of different products. He's gonna get it all treated up. All right, what are we looking at? It's 844.
And then call back and let us know how it looks.
Yeah, absolutely. 844-844-3388. I was from the message board. Somebody said, "Mr. Chris, what nationality are you? I'm just wondering."
Czechoslovakian. My grandfather came from Czechoslovakia, and on my mother's side of the family, they all came from Ireland. So we're half Czech and half Irish.
Okay, so were you born there or over here? Or?
My father was born here. I was born here. I was born in Youngstown, Ohio, up in the steel mill country, northeast Ohio, between Cleveland and Pittsburgh. There was a lot of immigrants there that came in from Europe, for the steel mills. It was just one of those things. Even when I was a kid, a lot of the people would speak Polish or Czechoslovakian, depending on what side of town you lived on.
Okay, I've got a gentleman that if you get to come through town when you're done there in Florida, he owns a winery. He came to the United States from Croatia, and he'd like to meet you. They've become pretty good friends of mine over the years. He runs the Vino Colette Winery here in Coleraine Township, Ohio, and he said you guys, I guess he said that's from relatively the same block. Now, you probably don't know a whole lot about Czechoslovakia because you weren't born there, right? So,
Correct. But, growing up in Youngstown, there was a lot of Czechs around, so learned a little bit of the language and got to hear a lot of the stories about, being over there. That was during, the Soviet occupation, so that would have been, Cold War times.
Mm-hmm.
But I think a lot of those folks were trying to get away from, from the communism and come to the U.S. And, when they come here, they're usually looking for a support network. Back then, the U.S. used to make sure that there was a support network for, like, the immigrants when you're coming in. If I could never figure out why we had so many nationalities and immigrants coming to Youngstown when they had, fairly low unemployment or fairly high unemployment rate. And somebody explained it that, we had a lot of national churches, so we had a lot of Koreans coming in, Vietnamese, but the government wanted to make sure they had a place to go and stay and people to take care of them once they got here. So, all the Europeans came in trying to flee from the Soviet Union, and there were jobs for them in the steel mill. They could, speak their common language for a while they learned English. You go to the grocery store and, back then we used to have butcher shops, so they would go to the butcher shop and that guy was, Czechoslovakian, so you could speak to him in Czechoslovakian and he would get you what you needed.
Wow.
It was just a little different.
Yeah, well, my friend there at the Vino Colette, I think Croatia used to be, that was Yugoslavia, right? So Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, they're in the same kind of, because he explained how he grew up under the same thing, the Soviet occupation. He actually had relatives. I think one of his brothers were, put before the firing squad by the Russians. So when he was a younger individual, yep. So he's very well familiar with all that stuff.
Isn't it crazy hearing those stories?
Oh, yes, yeah.
It blows me away, the stories they have. And then, when they come to the country here and how well they did, where there's a fellow stopped by, he owns the apartment complex next to where we're renting here. And he said, he was telling us that his father came here from Greece with 50 cents in his pocket. And he said he died a millionaire. And he's like, only in America could this happen. He said, this is the greatest country in the world. And I'm like, I love to hear those stories.
Yeah. Now, this guy could tell you some stories. I guarantee
I'd love to meet the guy.
Yeah, we'll do that one of these days. And you know what? We'll have a good meal, and it'll be on Cresso. He'll hook us up. All right. Hey, let's get a quick break in here. We'll get back to your calls just ahead here on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed. Hey, we'll jump back at it. Let me see. Thanks for all those hanging in there as lines become available, which right now they're not. So I'm going to jump right back into the calls. Mike's been hanging in there a bit. Got you on with Chris Gabrelchik. Hello, Mike. How are you? Did we lose Mike? Mike might have just. Oh, wait a minute. I need to hit that. Thank you very much. I didn't turn the phone back on. Yeah, Mike. What's going on?
Are we here now?
Yeah, we got you. Yes.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning. Hey, first off, I want to thank Chris. Well, I want to thank Steve for giving me the chance to speak, and I'd like to thank Chris for the promotional item. The promotional gift certificate. I got some shirts and hoodies for my wife and I. And I didn't buy any the additives because what I wanted to ask you is I've got a 2016 Kenworth with the X15 Cummins in it, with 650,000 miles on it, and I've got no real problems with it. She pulls real good. I pull 40,000 plus every night on about a 240 mile trip, and I was wondering, what do you think I should add to this truck to maybe help the longevity of it? Because I really like the truck. It's a company truck. I don't own it, but I can buy additives and get reimbursed for them. And I was just wondering what you would recommend.
I usually like to start off with the Stiction Eliminator just to kind of get everything cleaned out and lubricated. And there is nanotechnology in there that has our nanocarbons in it, and then switch over to the FR3. That's the best system that we found so far. And I think that you'll notice a difference in the fuel economy and the combustion. You should have more power. Now, aside from lab testing, we've also taken it to dynos, and we've been able to test that. Putting trucks on a dyno and saying, okay, what's the horsepower? Let's make 5 runs, and then we'll put the FR3 in, and then we'll run another 5 runs, and then document. And we've been able to get about a 4 to 5% increase in horsepower, which would translate over to fuel economy if you don't go too fast.
Well, so I'm governed at 70, so I do run it. We've got 65, 70 mile an hour speed limits, and I do run the 70. And
man,
it's got the auto 10 speed. It's actually an ex-Werner truck, but I'm telling you, the thing pulls like a mule. I go through a few hills. I just go down to southern Indiana, through Steve's territory, and then back up here to your territory in Cardington. And I was just wondering, what would my temperature range I'm running year round, and I imagine you probably know the area. There's not any big hills, but there are some we got to pull. And
you should actually be able to double the life of that engine by using the FR3. I mean, we haven't had enough long-term tests, and that's a really hard test to do, like, run an engine and test it at 1 million miles versus 500,000. But just by the lab testing, we've had the reduction in wear. And then, just by all the other tests that we've done, we've seen that kind of reduction. So it should last twice as long by putting the FR3 in there. So that's, keeps it on the road longer, which is what you're looking for.
Awesome. Yeah, that's what, I love the truck, and it's a big double bunk sleeper, and I'm just a day cab driver. I'm home every day, but, I want to keep this truck. And,
that would be the way to do it. And then run the diesel extreme through it once a year, just to get a deep clean on the fuel side.
Yeah.
And, and then the fuel additives that we do are the everyday diesel treatment, or EDT. It only takes a couple of ounces, and again, you'll see an increase. You'll see enough increase in fuel economy to more than offset the price. But more importantly, there's enough lubricity in there in detergents to keep it totally clean. One of the problems that happens, we've talked about this before, but there's the CP4 pump, and I don't know if yours has that on it, but I know they use those for a long time, and they're really made for fuel that has more lubricity in it than what the U.S. diesel fuel has with that ultra low sulfur diesel.
Is that the one with the low failure rate in Europe, but the high failure rate over here?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I know which pump you're talking about.
Is that what you have, or?
I'm not real sure which one I've got. I'd have to look into it, but I have heard of the problems between the two because of the lack of lubricity in our fuel over here.
Well, and then the problem isn't just that it wears it out, but when it goes, it puts all these little metal shards into the fuel system and takes out the pump and everything. So it's it's an expensive $8,000 to $10,000 fix because you got to get all those metal shards out of there. So keeping the lubricity at least to the levels that we need it is really important, especially with that pump. The EDT has enough lubricity in it to make it more slippery, if you will, than it was 10 years ago, or more slippery than the European fuel. And then we created the LX4 product, which is just a straight lubricity additive. And the idea there was for people that wanted more lubricity, they could get it. We just wanted to have the best lubricity additive in the market. And then that became, once we developed that, we started incorporating that into Diesel Extreme and the EDT. So everything has LX4 in it, but you can also buy the LX4 if that's all you want, just lubricity, and you want to, be really economical about it. That would be the way to do it. But you should see enough fuel gains with the EDT. Everybody, like real world, everybody has said, we're getting a 3% increase on fuel economy, 4%, and we have some higher than that, but 3% is what we feel really comfortable with.
Yeah, because I've ran this route for like a year and a half, and there's, the hills and the turns, and, I know what it pulls, what it should, like when I get to the top of the hill, what my speed should be. I've done it so much. I would love to try it, and, I would be, I'd be able to immediately see it in, just mere miles per hour, because like I said, I keep an eye on everything in that truck real good. And, it's a great truck in my book. I've had 300,000 miles of seat time and it was zero problems. So,
yeah, that's,
I just keep it that way.
Yeah, that was actually Kyle. He was the one that came up with putting those together as a package. The Stiction Eliminator and the Diesel Extreme, that's your clean out package. Then your maintenance treatment is the FR3 and the everyday diesel treatment. So it's, we cleaned it out first. You're starting off with everything clean as a whistle, and then you maintain it with the EDT and the FR3. I think you'd be real happy with it if you tried it. We seem to get a lot of good reports from that.
Well, that's why I said I wanted to wait until I could talk to you, maybe get some ideas, and then, this way I can turn the receipts in. They're going to go ahead and pay for it. So, are you guys mail order only, or do you have like in truck stops, or?
No, we get the product. You could get it at hotshotsecret.com. We also are at Love's, we're at Pilot, AutoZone, O'Reilly's, just all the major retailers that I think even at Myers, places like that. I should have a list in front of me to go through them all. But I forget about some of those things when I get into the technical aspects of this. But most of the major retailers, if you go to the diesel additive section, you'll see the Stiction Eliminator, the FR3, the EDT, and the Diesel Extreme. Those four products are mainline. Tractor Supply and Rural King are, big supply. I mean, they're probably the most products on the shelf. Even Menards has, I think, 4 or 5 different products on the shelf there. So you should be able to pick it up almost anywhere.
We've got just about all that, except maybe, we've even got a Menards over here in Marion. So I'm just right up the road there on 98 from you guys.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can stop by. Yeah, if you ever come by our place, we sell in the lobby there. We have discounted product for local people to be able to pick it up. We do have semi-truck parking. People pull up in front of the building or they go back in the parking lot and get it at a reduced price just because we would like to get the word out and, give everybody a chance to buy it. But the Menards and Marion has it, and I think the Myers has just a few products, but Menards has a pretty good selection there.
Yeah, I'd definitely like to stop over by and check you guys' stuff out. That would be neat. I could. Yeah, you guys just open during the week, right?
8 to 4:30. If you're over that way, we're right next to the McDonald's. You could pull up front, and we have account executives that come out and bring you a catalog. To answer any more questions, show you any data you want. We've got white papers in there. White papers are like when we do studies, we publish all the materials. Some people really want to get into the details, so we publish all that for them.
Okay, and maybe for everybody listening that don't know, Mount Gilead area, they can use every bit of economic help they can get. So it's really great that you've chosen a town like that to base your operations in.
We didn't even look anywhere else. We started at Mount Gilead. We want to stay there. Plus, we want to build the economy and the jobs. Like I've got 6 kids, and I like them to stay around. So we thought, well, let's keep building this up. We're up to about 70 employees now. So it's
that's
really
great for that area. Yeah, like my grandpa ran that little golf station up by the fairgrounds there, and for years, when before I was even born, he was running that little. I don't know if it's still there or not, but it used to be a little gas station right there by the fairground.
I think it's a certified now.
Oh, okay.
The certified station. Yep, it's still there. But for those that don't know, Mount Gilead's, we've got about 34,000 people, and our top 3 industries in the county had gone bankrupt during the 2005 to 2008 time period. So it was just kind of a big blow when the top 3 employers go out of business. So that's about when we started growing. So, we decided, hey, we got to stay here. Let's build a new facility. So we built an entire, blending plant, bottling plant, offices, research and development. And we're adding on this year. We're putting on the tank farm. So we're expanding again. We're putting new offices in as well this quarter. Actually, they're working on it right now. They're doing construction. So it's getting bigger still.
Okay, great. Yeah, I love the area. My company's out of Marysville that I drive for, and like I said, I haul exclusively for Cardington, Utah. So, nice steady work with this automotive accounts.
Oh yeah, and I've been to Honda lots of times and worked on projects, and Utah. That's the largest employer in Morrow County. So, yeah, they're a big help for us also.
Yeah, I haul about 40,000 plus pounds of exhaust pipe in there daily. So, it's a busy place. They've added on. I don't know if you knew they added on a big warehouse out back, and they're staying busy over there.
Well, it's kind of interesting or funny that ever since we built our building, everything has been growing. They're putting a housing development in behind us. They put the Dollar General built a distribution center down on 61 and 71 for listeners that don't know. We're up. Yeah, that was like a 1 million square foot facility. So we've really had a lot of help the last 10 years. It's been moving right along. So we're excited about it. Morrow County is where everything good's happening.
Yeah, right there at I-71 and 61. I go by that every now and again when I come in that way. But yeah, it's nice to see. It's a nice county over there. The town's nice, and it's down home country. It's good people over there.
Good community.
That's
yeah.
My feeling too.
Mike, thank you so much for the call. Hey, great to hear from you. I'm gonna jump down to here. First of all, I had a couple from the text message board here. Chris, first of all, does Hot Shot make do you make a spray or any high temp grease?
The excuse me, I'm sorry, the greases we're working on right now, and we do have sprays. Again, it was one of those areas where we wanted to make sure that we had top tier. One of the things that we really work hard on is making sure that we're not just making a product to make a product. That's part of our value stream, or what we want to keep the company focused on. So coming up with sprays that were leaps and bounds ahead of everything else, or something that's not available to the rest of the public, was a challenge, because as you can imagine, some of the markets are maybe oversaturated in terms of being, like, there's a lot of research that's gone into, WD-40 and Blaster, some of those other companies, they've done a lot of work. But we did come up with what we have is a never rust spray and a spray and stay grease. And the goal was to make something that, again, we had claims that it's not just like theirs. So the way they test that is they look for how long it will stay in a salty air environment. So we want to spray salty water or mist on metal and see how long it takes for it to rust. So we were able to come up with a spray that would not rust 30 times longer than WD-40 or anything else that we could find on the shelf at the time. So we brought them in and tested them, and it's like we looked at the claims, and then we kept working on it, and that's what we came up with. So those are only available on the website because we've not hit the retail shelves with those yet. But if you go to hotshotsecret.com, you can see the Never Rust lubricant, and you can see the spray and stay grease. One's a little bit more of a penetrant, but it does lubricate and keeps it lubricated 30 times longer than WD-40 would. And then the other one would do the same thing. It's just more of a sticky type of, or just stays there a little bit more.
Okay. And how about...
It prevents oxidation 20 times. It's 22 times longer. So I got a little bit out of whack there, but it's 22 times longer than WD-40. And it is available at some of our dealers. So didn't mean to cut you off, Steve. This delay is kind of hard to get to, but we do have a dealer network set up with around 800 dealers around the country. So if anybody knows a dealer or distributor that our products would be a good fit, let them know about us, have them call. And the idea is to give the full breadth of the product line to those kinds of guys. This would be like a diesel shop, somebody that, is a wrench turner, and then they can get a deeper dive into the products. Some of them just don't have enough markup to be able to be retail available. They just, they can't make enough money on it to put it on the shelf. So we go through dealer networks. We have a whole range of engine oils, transmission fluids, gear lubes, all those things. And they're all unique. They're all special. Like, we can explain to you why each one is worth the money and why we developed it, but they can only be sold through dealers.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Then follow-up question. Another listener says, does Hot Shot have a product to protect against algae, especially with biodiesel?
So that is something that we're working on to get rid of algae. To prevent algae, you have to keep the water out, and it's actually bacteria. We call it algae, but algae is kind of what grows in your swimming pool, not in diesel fuel. But it's a bacteria. It's the same kind of bacteria that you would get in metalworking fluids. So the way to prevent it is to keep your system dry using the everyday diesel treatment, or the EDT, or the diesel extreme. And in the wintertime, the DWAG will keep the system dry to where you cannot really get the algae to grow. That's really the preventative part of it. To kill it, we got to do two things. One is either starve it out or put a poison in there to kill it. Now, that's what biocide would do. And we have not gotten into biocides in our products yet, just because they're extremely dangerous. We do sell them. And we sell them to commercial accounts, but the problem is that they have to be shipped by truck. They can't go, UPS or anything like that. And the reason is they're made to kill living organisms. So, any amount of biocide in a water supply could be could kill a lot of people.
Right,
so it's highly regulated, by the government. So it's not something that you want on the shelf all the time. But, we can get the same effect by keeping the water out of there. It will kill the bacteria. It needs water to grow. It basically is a bacteria that eats hydrocarbons and water. And, that's, if you take one of those out of there, it can't live.
Okay. Then I got a message here, one more from Tim Jim checking in. He says, good morning, Steve and Chris. Chris, can you speak a little more on the anti-gel? This is the time of year it should be like a top seller. It's the best on the market. And just let Chris know, I use the everyday diesel treat spring to fall all year long. So,
thank you very much. Keep using it. The anti-gels that we talked about earlier, and so the idea that would be important for everybody that has a diesel engine to know is you have to use some sort of anti-gel to keep it from gelling up. The wax inside the diesel fuel is going to want to coagulate, then clog the filter, and then the truck won't run. What we do is we break it down to a higher level than everybody else, and we're able to keep it in suspension or out of the filter longer than anybody else, usually down to minus 60, minus 70 are the temperatures that we're shooting for. The problem is when you make a product that strong, in its natural state, it wants to solidify at probably 20 degrees. So that makes it harder. In other words, you got to keep it inside or keep it in the cab of the truck. If you leave it outside at 0, it gets thick, like molasses thick. So it was a trade-off that we had to make a decision. Do we want to water the product down, or do we want to give them the best product that could be made? Well, we went for the best product that could be made, and then explain it, through the education process. But the vinyl acetates that everybody uses, they're in a solid form when you start, and it's just a matter of how much do you dilute it. So if you're on the shelf looking at different products and you want to figure out which one is the strongest, look for the storage points. If it's the lower it is, the stronger it is, or look for the treat rates. The more it will treat, the better it is. And you could get a pretty good indication like that, but nothing. Our diesel winter anti-gel or DWAG, there's nothing that even comes close to the level of protection that it gives you. Once it's in the fuel, it's fine. It does, it needs the fuel to activate it, so to speak. But it's just one of those strange things. And the other thing that you want to look for in any diesel winter anti-gel, if it's ours or anybody's on the shelf, I realize that you might, be in South Dakota, you need to buy something at Love's or something, and ours isn't available. Look for anything that says it has WASA in it, wax anti-settling agents. That's a really important part of the equation. It's almost as expensive as the anti-gel is as far as a core component. But what it does is it keeps the other parts from settling down to the bottom of the fuel and then getting into the filter. And then on the other side, there is a winter rescue product available, and it works kind of like the Diesel 911. It's made to be a temporary fix. If you do gel up, that will kind of thaw it out and melt the wax so that it will start flowing through the filter again.
Okay.
That sound right, or should I give more explanation, Steve?
So if you do gel up, you pour this stuff in, and it's supposed to be able to make its way to the point where the blockage is?
Correct. It goes through and starts dissolving the wax and the ice that's in there. And it's, of course, it's a much higher treatment ratio. So you have to use a lot more of it. But if you're stuck on the side of the road and it's minus 20, it's worth it.
You got to get rolling.
But,
yeah.
It's, yeah, the biggest thing is to treat before it clouds. That's probably something like common knowledge that maybe a lot of folks listeners don't understand is the wax has to be effective before you get to the cloud point. To get the most impact on it. So once it starts going south, it's harder to bring it back. That's where the other type of product, the winter rescue product, comes in. But we want to affect the wax at 32 degrees and above to make it work right. Because what you're doing is you're breaking it down into little tiny microscopic particles as opposed to waiting until they get to the size of microns or larger. Because then that's when they're going to start getting clogged and they're harder to get broken apart then.
Okay.
So prevention. That's the key word, prevention.
Prevention, yeah. All right. Message from Ty. Ty said, thanks, Chris, for bringing the overnight drive and giving us another chance to spend our nights with Steve and his callers. Jen says, I just woke up for a minute. Normally, I listen the next day on the podcast, but I just wanted to chime in and say thank you, Chris. And Michael says, thanks again for the info, Steve and Chris. There you go. We're up to the top of the hour. It's already 3 a.m. Chris, you staying wide awake there?
I am. I'm walking around, keeping my blood pumping, and had some coffee. So I'm in good shape so far. I don't know how I'll do tomorrow.
Okay. You did get a nap, though. You took a nap this past evening, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get a quick break in here. We'll be back with Chris Gabrelchik and our friends at Hot Shot Secret. Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Well, we've already seen chaos, destruction. Fort Worth, Texas, I-35 this past day. 133, I believe, vehicles involved in that pileup. 6 dead, dozens injured. I'm looking at the latest from the National Weather Service out of Fort Worth, and they're still talking light icing possible this morning across central Texas. But then, next on the list, major winter storm expected Sunday and Monday. So as we wrap up this weekend, you ain't going to be going to work come Monday morning. I wouldn't plan on it anyway. I don't know. When's the last time they saw 5-7 inches of snowfall in, say, Dallas, Texas? I mean, this is a broad area of Texas, stretching from Dallas to Rockwall, Plano, Texas, Fort Worth, Grand Saline. There's too many on the list to mention, but what they're saying, heavy snow and blowing snow, total accumulation 3 to 7 inches. Bitterly cold temperatures with near blizzard conditions possible for northern and eastern Texas. From late Saturday night through Monday afternoon, travel will become nearly impossible, become life-threatening. And the cold winds as low as 15 below. Wind chills 15 below. I mean, all the way down in Dallas, Texas. When's the last time we've seen a forecast like that? It's been a while. So we'll have more on our travelers' weather coming up. But, yeah, they're talking about one blockbuster storm coming together. Again, parts of the Texas Panhandle, western Oklahoma, maybe 18-inch snowfall totals, according to the models right now. All right, Chris, we've crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast, a little after 3 o'clock Eastern time. It's great to have you with us. Let's get back to our callers. And the Big Moose, as he's known, is with us here. Hello, Moose.
Hey, fellas, good morning.
Morning.
Good
morning.
I wanted to thank you for bringing Steve back, man. That guy right there, he's just as big a part of truck driving as Hot Coffee and Dave Dudley, and that's all there is to it. Me and his old man went way back, and I've been listening to these guys for ages, and I don't know what it'd be like to go without listening to them. So I want to thank you for that right off the bat.
Excellent. You're so welcome. It's my pleasure. You're just going to see bigger and bigger things from here on out.
Good. Second thing is, I want to tell you about your boy Kyle, man. That guy has helped me out a lot, been communicating with me a lot. And I do a lot of specialized stuff, and I got 3 reefer units, getting ready to buy a 4th one. And he hooked me up with some of your product, and I've been servicing those reefer units about every 600 hours. And I've noticed about a 5% increase is gallons per hour in my idle time, and notice a lot smoother idles, a lot smoother spool ups, when it comes under a load and the engine spools up. I mean, just smooth as silk. Emissions seem to be going down. I know we ain't hosing the black soot off the corners of the trailer nearly as much since we've been using it. And I'll tell you something that's kind of funny. I've got a waste oil furnace there in my shop, so linear waste oil furnace. And when I service the reefer units, we're pouring that oil with your product in it right into that waste oil furnace. And believe it or not, it's even quieted the injector pump down on my waste oil furnace, for crying out loud. So I'm a lifetime buyer, I'll tell you that. As long as I'm pushing these things, it's going to have Hot Shot Secret in them from now on.
You're my kind of guy. We got to get you a sweatshirt. But Kyle does do a great job.
Well, you might want to save your money on that sweatshirt, because I don't know. It'd take an awful lot of sweatshirt to cover me, because I don't know if you've been informed, but there's a reason they call me Big Moose. But I appreciate the sentiment, no less. But, and I was going to ask you, they kind of touched on that a while ago about the grease, because in these reefer boxes I've got here, they've got a captive beam system in them, and there's a Zerk fitting inside of them about every 12 inches down both sides. Yeah, we'd definitely like to get some grease that we could put in a grease gun, you know, and because I'm planning on servicing the truck with it and the trailers both, so can't wait for the grease. Kyle sent me a little sample of your all's gun lube, and I've used it, and it seems to be working fantastic, and I've even put it in the key locks on all my equipment, and got everything slicked up and working good. So I've got nothing but good to say about every product that I've tried so far, and everybody that knows me will tell you I'm a sucker for a gimmick. I bet I've got 15 Ron Pro Peel pocket fishermen at the house, but this is one I stumbled on that I'm glad I did, because, buddy, this stuff works. And I got the Powered by Hot Shot Secret sticker stuck on both sides of them trailers. Kyle hooked me up with some decals there. And quick as we get the decals for the Steve Sommers overnight drive, I'm going to plaster them on there too. So
excellent. And hopefully we'll get even wider distribution coming up the next 60 days. Kyle's working full time on it. And that's, you mentioned the gun lube. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Steve.
Oh yeah, I was going to tell you the gun lube is fantastic. He sent me with the little needle applicator. I like that. I'd be interested in some of the spray too, but the needle applicator, I think, is a lot more, you can get a lot more, accuracy as far as getting into the nooks and crannies over the spray. That doesn't have to waste as much of it, but I'm really liking that too.
Yeah, that's one of those packaging things. We found out. We started working on this gun lube a couple of years ago, and we weren't quite sure if we were onto something, or we were just, like drinking our own Kool-Aid. So we sent it out to a SWAT team and said, "Hey, we want you to try this out. It's kind of an experimental thing our R&D department came up with. We want to know, is it really better than everything else you've used?" And they came back with rave reviews. They said we did not have one jam up the whole weekend. We were doing our exercises and things, and normally we do. We'll go through 3 or 4 of them where the guns will jam up, and they said this is different than everything else we've been able to try. So then we, tried it with a couple of professional shooters and said, gave them the story, our nano lubricant, the esters, and this type of thing. And again, the reports came back, raving reviews, and now we're still working on the packaging. We tried the needle applicators, which you're right, they're a lot easier to use. They're just really hard to fill. So those little tiny balls are hard to fill. So that's why we went over to the spray lubricant. We had somebody that could put that in a can for us, but we're still working on it. That's one of those projects we want to really come up with the perfect applicator and the right way to put it out there. It's a good product.
Great.
Everybody wants to try it.
And I was a little concerned about how it would affect the finish, so I did a little test spot for it and waited a day or two and haven't had no problem. And, I do quite a bit of trap shooting when the weather permits, and I got about a $16,000 Krieghoff shotgun that I ain't too crazy about just squirting anything on, but I'll be using your product on it from now on.
We did test all the different finishes. We tried everything from chrome on down and ran them through the lab to make sure, because we didn't want that problem. Somebody called us saying we ruined our $16,000 gun.
Well, I was a little concerned about the gold leaf. I was a little concerned about the gold leafing, but hadn't affected it at all. And I mean, it's just, I can't say enough good about it. I've got all the guys out there. Our local Rod and Gun Club, I took it in there and was touting it, and I think they're all, as quick as it becomes available again, you're going to have a bunch of it sold out of our little club up there.
Hopefully it'll be soon. We're working on it. Well, I'm glad to hear all that.
Excellent. All right. Well, fellers, keep it between the spotted and the solid, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
All right. There's the big moose. Yeah, he is a big guy. Trust me. Let me see here. Got a couple of messages. This guy, Chris, says, hey, Steve, when Chris made his debut with you way back when, I ordered just under $1,000 worth of product. I doubt if Chris remembers, but he actually delivered my order himself to my home in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio, while he was on his way to New York. My son got to meet him. Unfortunately, I did not, but I just want to say keep up the great work, guys.
Those are great stories. I remember those days. Yep. Those first times, and the first time I was on the show, I was just as nervous as could be because we don't do this for a living. And we got back and we had all these orders to fulfill. So we were, it was just me. So it was all hands on deck. Me and my 6 kids and my wife. We're packaging things up, running back and forth to the printers, getting labels, throwing things on the truck, delivering them. Yeah, it was quite the operation.
But going out for a hand delivery, huh? I say, well, I'm going to be passing through here. I'll just take this up to you on the way. That's pretty cool. All right.
You would be surprised at how many people have those stories. There's a lot of people that remember me delivering product.
Wow. All right, who's next up here? Let's jump to Cobra, I believe, is next. Cobra, got you on with Chris Gabrelchik. What's going on?
Hey, thank you for taking my call. Enjoy the show, Steve. Glad you're back. Got a 6.4 diesel. I know they don't have the best reputation. 308 6.4 diesel with 70,000 miles. Grandfather's truck. I inherited it. Sweet truck. What kind of products do you recommend them? My mechanic said nothing but Hot Shot Secret. And he builds engines. He said, I can tell you which ones run it and which ones don't. He rebuilds them. But I was just thinking, I wish that you guys would have somebody like him on, and then the next day, here it is. So thanks for what you do for the trucking community too, Steve. And Chris, I just wonder, what do you recommend for a 6.4 Power Stroke?
The 6.4 was, right after the 6.0 and before the 6.7. And how many miles are on it?
80,000. 80,000. Grandfather's truck in mint condition. Oil changed every 5,000 miles. They recommend the Motorcraft oil. My mechanic said the Rotella, but the Motorcraft guys recommend the Motor Coat, and that's what he's put in it every 5,000. So, I would switch to the Rotella, but I just got the truck, and I put Hot Shot Secrets in it, in the fuel. That's all I've done. My mechanic recommended that's the only product to put in it.
Well, who's your mechanic? Let's give him a shout out.
His name's Spencer. He's just a good old boy in Kentucky, but he's like the diesel doctor. He's the diesel whisperer. He's fantastic, and it's what he told me. He said I can tear a motor down and I can tell you which ones ran it and which one hadn't by looking at it.
Well, Spencer's my new best friend. So we ought to make sure he gets a T-shirt.
When I can't fix the truck, they send Spencer in, and he can fix the truck.
All right. Well, thank you, Spencer. And what I would start off with is the Stiction Eliminator. Again, that's just going to kind of clean it out, even though it's only got 80,000 miles on it. It's, the buildup that could happen from the acid that's inside there could, it could cause some things in there that would need to be cleaned out. They would look black and a little gritty. So we'll clean that out and then follow up with the FR3. On the fuel side, again, the Diesel Extreme, if you haven't used that, use that at least one time to get everything cleaned up. And then after that, everyday diesel treatment is, the go-to every tank. That way you're getting the lubricity, the detergent, and the fuel economy that you want. So that'll keep it as good as new. Like your mechanic said, like Spencer said, you could tell when it's in there because everything looks like brand new, even after one of the earlier callers said, I think he have 800,000 miles on there. Mm-hmm. And he said the mechanic said it looked like brand new inside. So that's
I heard
the general idea behind it. Yeah.
You recommend every tank, not every other tank? Because he said every other tank. But, I don't mind doing it. He said put the required amount in. It's not much, And, the truck runs great. But it's got that DPF dump on it or whatever it is where it dumps into the oil. So that's before the gas came out. But, I love the truck. And I'd like to, how often would you change that oil?
I'm not sure how often I change it. What I recommend for people that are going to keep a truck for a long time is to do an oil analysis at an interval that you're comfortable with. So if you're changing oil at say 8,000 miles or 10,000 miles or whatever it is, while you're changing it next time, capture a sample and send it in. It costs like $20. It's not a lot of money. But what it will do is tell you what's going on. It will tell you if that oil was still good or whether or not it should be changed earlier. And we'll help walk you through that. If you call in, we'll go over the oil analysis with you. But the idea is it's kind of like a blood test. Where's my cholesterol? We don't really know until you go get a blood test. So by looking at that oil analysis, we could say, man, this oil is like halfway used up. He could leave that in there for another 5,000 miles. Or, man, this oil looks really bad. You should have changed this 1,000 miles ago. You don't necessarily have to do it every oil change, but it just gives you a really good reading on, what the maintenance procedure should be moving forward. So it's a one-time thing or maybe twice in the life of the truck, and then you'll have a really good idea. People that are driving them a lot, they do a lot of oil analysis. A lot of times every oil change just to monitor things. But I mean, this doesn't sound like this is a critical truck for you. So just having a good idea of, I should change this oil every 8,000 miles that you'll know for the rest of your life, and you don't have to guess at it. The Motorcraft versus the Shell Rotella, I'm not so sure. Rotella is the number one selling oil. They have like 80% of the market. So it's definitely not a bad oil. I mean, it's got the standard. I don't know that Motorcraft actually makes any oil. I think they bid out every couple of years, like an oil company to make it for them. So it's, it could be Shell Rotella is what you're getting.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, next year it could be Mobil. It's just they put it out for bid. Hey, we're going to buy 10 million gallons of oil. Who's going to give us the best price on it? So,
well, I have no problem switching the oil. I have no problem changing the oil about every 5,000. It's a once or twice a week driver. I pull a tractor to a farm once or twice a year with it, but not very often. But I know you're very knowledgeable, and I appreciate your help. And thanks for being on, and thanks for sponsoring Steve and the new program.
Oh, again, it's my pleasure. Those oil test kits are $20 on our website, and they come with a postage paid on them to send them back in. So you just, as you're changing, you get a stream of oil, put it in the box, and drop it in the mail, and it comes to us. We run it through the oil analyzer, and then give you a report back. If something shows up, they call you, email you, and say, hey, there's fuel in your oil, or there's water in your oil, or you have a extremely high amount of iron, something's going on, then we'll try to troubleshoot it with you and say, these are some things to check out.
You recommend beginning stream, middle, end, any, doesn't matter?
Middle of the stream. It's not critical, but middle of the stream, because when you pull that plug, some of the gunk that's right against it's going to drop out into the pan. So you want to see what's going on in the middle of the oil.
Okay, great. Hey, I really do appreciate it. When I get back to Nashville this morning, I'll be on the website looking at products and placing an order.
You got it. And tell Spencer that we've got, dealers packages just for people like him. He doesn't have to buy a half a truckload to become a dealer. We can look him up if he hasn't done that already. We'll have signs for his shop and displays and that kind of thing.
All right. Good deal. Thank you so much. Cobra. Big Hoss says, can you ask Chris about his moisture retention percentage in the greasy cells?
The moisture retention in the grease. We don't have grease right now. We're testing, different types of greases and fillers and trying to come up with what would be the best solution where we can actually do a better job than everybody else. So I don't have anything to rate yet. We literally have dozens of different kinds of things in the lab that they're trying to hit it out of the park with. But once we do, I'll tell you what the moisture retention is.
Okay. All right. Got a message from, we were talking earlier about, I think Horse Feathers was talking about the couple that wants to come by see. It's Lucky Penny and Ranger Jack. Just got a message from him a few minutes ago. Morning, Chris. So happy that you got our Steve Sommers back in the saddle. We're planning a trip to your factory, and we will be a steady customer. Thank you so much. Ranger Jack and Lucky Penny. All right, let me see.
You guys come on up. If I'm not there, we'll make sure somebody gives you the grand tour.
All right, then the old Michigan madman, that would be, just got off work. Tell Chris I said thank you. Great show. Headed home. You all have a great night. And all right, so and then I guess someone else had been talking. I think several guys have talked to Kyle about the idea of. He said, Ask the G-Man what he thinks about the truck wrap idea for you'd be like a rolling billboard out there on the highway. I guess he sent an email or something about that, but I guess if you're an owner operator or something, you could do something like that. Obviously, you can't wrap somebody's company truck, but
well, not unless they were. Yeah, we could try it. They might get mad at us. But we've talked about that a lot of times over the years. It's just I'm open to the idea. I think it's a great way to get the message out there. So we'll talk to marketing about it.
I think Kyle had talked about maybe getting some big, some larger stickers, a little bigger than the ones you've got right now or whatever. And I don't know. I think he's looking into getting Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, sticker logos and whatnot that the guys and gals might be willing to slap on the side of their trucks. So, and I do know
that would be cool.
Kyle emailed me earlier this week, and I think he's got orders in for. What was it? T-shirts, hats, travel mugs, I think like the dash calendars. So we'll have some apparel coming that'll be available on your Hotshot site and also the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive apparel page, as they call it. I don't know what size.
And let me give everybody an idea.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, let me give everybody an idea here. When that apparel comes out and those things, hang on to those because when the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive becomes the #1 trucking program in the country, and it's blown up all over the place, and he's bigger than Rush Limbaugh,
oh boy,
everybody will say, man, I got one of his original T-shirts. What do you think, Steve?
Well, I appreciate the compliment there, Chris. That's you're putting me in some big shoes, I'll tell you what. All right, who's next up here? Tracy's been hanging in there. Tracy, good morning. Got you on with Chris Gabrelchik. Hi there.
Morning, Steve. Good morning, Chris. How are you?
Doing great, Tracy. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. I'm trying to keep the truck on the road here in Texas. The wind's blowing about 100 mile an hour on I-10.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Hey, you talk about those stories. The very first time I come up there, I programmed into my GPS your address. I turn on the County Road 109. I get down there, and it says you have arrived. And I'm looking around like, where's it at? I was expecting something great big like you got right now, a pole barn at a house. I'm like, I said, this can't be it, And I got out, and sure enough, there it was.
Yep.
You remember that time me and Kathy pushed that 04 truck into your driveway? That black one that you worked on?
Yep. So then you can finish on the story. Let me lead up to it. This is like in the early days when there was maybe 3, 4, 5 employees. I don't even know if we had that. And we were thinking of ways to, how do we sell this product? How do we prove what it does? We knew it was great, but how can we let other people know and that it's not snake oil, because that's everybody's reaction. Oh yeah, those are all just snake oils. So Tracy calls and he says, what do I need to put in this truck? I just bought it. And he's going on. I'm talking. I'm like, well, where are you? He says, I'm in Gallion. I said, well, you're just right up the road. Just bring it down and we'll, see what we can do with it. So go ahead, Tracy. You can tell the rest of the story. That's a great story.
Yeah, Kathy, my wife, she said, we just got cheated on that truck. I mean, that thing would not run. Man, we burned the starter up in it just trying to keep it running. And it wouldn't run. So we got almost to your place. And we was maybe a mile away, and so it died and wouldn't start back up. And she literally pushed me in the driveway with your other truck. And she said, there ain't nothing going to help this thing. She said, we just got cheated. I said, just give it a little bit of time. I said, let's just see what you want to do. And I guess you had it, 2 or 3 weeks. And man, when we come up there, you remember we pulled out of your driveway, you literally were burning rubber in 3 gears in that truck. That was unreal.
Yeah. So if anybody's out there, well, anybody that's listening, go to the old YouTube videos, or maybe Kyle can pull it up. This is do you remember what year was that? 2008?
That had to been. It had to been around then. Yeah, around 2008.
So what we're doing is we're thinking, how can we prove this stuff works? So Tracy calls, it brings his truck. It can't even make it through the driveway. They push it up. So we go out in the morning and we try to start it. It won't start. So we put stiction eliminator in it. And then we put a vibration analyzer on it to see what the vibration and the noise are. Because we want to say, okay, let's try to do a scientific study here as much as we can with the tools we had at the time. And, we recorded how much noise and how much vibration. Then I called Tracy and said, can I use this to make some deliveries and kind of get it working through the system? So I drove it down to Circleville, drove down to Cincinnati, came back and started smoothing out. Everything starts coming together. And then Tracy and Kathy come up to pick the truck up. And I said, well, let me show you what it's like now. And we hit the gas and it took off. It just jerked their heads back. And they're like, oh my gosh, it seems like a totally different truck. It was so different. It was almost like a infomercial type of thing. Like you'd think it was a scam, but it wasn't. All we did was put in friction eliminator. But it was a major difference.
You remember Levi and Kathy was in the back seat, and Levi was taping all that, was recording all that when you were taking off out the driveway.
Yep. And that was a great time. Doing some of those hands-on experiments really, helped us figure out a lot of the stuff when we were trying to develop the product and how to sell it and how it worked and all that type of thing. So it was cool.
I still got the original truck. Now that black truck I brought up to you, that was one of two that I had that had stiction, and the other one was an 01 with a 7.3, and it was not as bad, but it had stiction. We still have it. It's got 355,000 on it now, and it still runs great. My brother told me he couldn't, wouldn't run, and that I called and I talked to a girl named Wendy, and we had that one and bought that black one all just about the same time, and we had two of them there that had serious issues that, and it fixed it right up. Both of them ran great after you got done, and the 01 we still have it.
Yep. And that was really the hardest problem, was trying to tell people how it worked without making it sound like you're exaggerating it. And it's like, I'm telling you, it really works. This stuff really works. It was.
You know what those turbo heaters are, like you would heat a garage with?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got one at the house, and it was pretty cold last weekend. I needed to put a starter in my truck, and I hadn't had it running since 2013. So I plugged it in, and it wouldn't start up and run. So I put diesel in it, and I put in the FR3. I put a little bit in there, and I put in the anti-gel, and I put in the everyday diesel, and that little fan in there started to turn. It just wouldn't quite go. So I took a screwdriver and I spun it. It took off, and it ran pretty good. I shut it off and went back out on the following weekend, and I thought, well, it'll never start back up. And sure enough, I plugged it in, fired right back up, and took off. I want that pump is lubricated by the diesel fuel that turns that little fan.
Yep, could be. And the FR3, I've done that with FR3. If that nano lubricant gets in there, I've done that with chainsaws, and I've been same story. We don't market it that way, but when you just think about it, you got these little nano lubricants that are going in there and putting a little layer of ball bearings all over the place. It just makes everything spin a lot better.
Yeah, I was going to tell you, you should have told that guy at the 08, he should buy the Blue Diamond and do a bypass filter on that 6.4.
That's a good
the guy
point.
You just talked to a little bit ago.
Yep, you're right. So what Tracy's talking about is our Blue Diamond synthetic oil. It's the Group 4, and as we talked about earlier, it's kind of expensive. It just is, because it's a man-made product, and it's just expensive. It's expensive anywhere you get it. But to make it a little bit more affordable, we put a bypass filter with it. What the bypass filter does is cleans everything down to 1 micron, and it makes it so that the oil could stay in there for a really, really long time. We've got people that have had oil in their trucks for 100, 200,000 miles, and it still comes back with a really good oil analysis that looks better than most oil does at 15,000. So if you want to keep a truck or keep a vehicle forever, put a bypass filter on there. Takes out all the abrasive wear and makes the engine last forever. And then if you put the synthetic oil in on top of that, you're getting all the benefits and performance of a synthetic oil, and it literally just can't break down. So it's a great system. It just takes a little more knowledge. Like, you really have to be into it to get to that level of seriousness. But anybody who wants to keep a vehicle, the first thing I tell them is just put a bypass filter on it. It's hard to imagine, but that spin-on filter that they send you from the factory is 15 micron. Now, 15 micron is like a screen door. It's not really cleaning out a lot of what's causing the wear in there. And they can't, because then you'd starve the engine from oil. Just if you think about it logically, if you put too tight of a screen on there, you're going to choke off the oil supply to the engine. So what we're doing is we're taking a little stream of oil off the side, run it through this 1 micron filter, then put it back, and it cleans it up, kind of like a pool filter does. You get out there in the spring and it's all murky looking and not so good. You run that pool filter, by the end of the week, it's crystal clear. Well, the bypass filter does the same thing for your engine oil. And as long as it's on there, it's almost like having brand new oil run through the engine all the time. So you never really do get the wear that you would get without it. So thank you for that, Tracy.
Yeah, and before you get off the show tonight, tell everybody about putting that FR3 in your 2-cycle oil for your chainsaw and your weed eater. Man, that made a big difference when you told me to do that in my chainsaw.
Yeah, we haven't done all the testing and to make claims, because we don't want to say things that we can't back up with some sort of testing, but it makes a major difference just as far as a hands-on test. If anybody's got a little bit of FR3 and you're doing any kind of chainsaw work or any 2-cycle thing, put like a capful, literally a capful, and see if you notice a difference, because I know when I'm cutting trees, it's like night and day difference. As soon as you put it in there, it's like, holy smokes, it's not bogging down, it's not stopping, it's just cutting right through. So we've got that on the R&D list to do some dynos with chainsaws and things to be able to prove the claims, but I know it works. I just haven't been able to get all the facts in order before we can present it that way. But it does a great job in 2-cycle oil.
Yeah, if you get a chance for the shows over, that bearing machine that everybody's always talking about, tell them about some of them things that you told us that would beat that bearing machine and trick it. Wasn't one of them like Prel shampoo or something like that?
Yeah, there's a shampoo in the oil. That the problem with that, what Tracy's talking about, is a common bearing machine that they use to show the film strength of the oil. The problem is it's not really like a scientific method. They're putting too much pressure on too fast to really show what an engine would be doing. And you can do things, you can make it act one way or another depending on what you do with it. And it's just not a legit way to go about it. So I think it's a guy from AMSOIL that did a YouTube video, and they put a couple drops of Prel shampoo in the oil, and it doesn't seize up on the bearing machine either. And his point is that this isn't a good way to test oil, which I agree with. What I would like to do is maybe do a deep dive into that bearing machine someday and change the temperatures and change the pressures and the time, and really try to pull something together so you can see how it works and why it works, and then maybe just put a little more science into it.
All right, buddy. Well, I'll hop on off here. It was good talking to the both of you. Thanks for bringing Steve back. I don't have to listen to the UFO show anymore, but I'd like to say thanks to everything. And you guys have a great night. And Chris, are you staying in your RV down there, or you got a house down there now?
No, we rented an apartment or a villa, they call it, but we rented an apartment this year, and we drove down the RV. And we got down here. It's like, man, this is really nice. Let's just look at buying a place. I'll put the RV up for sale, thinking it would take a long time. And I sold that thing in like a week. So my wife's ready to kill me. Oh yeah, she's like, now we've got the RV and we're unloading everything. She's like, I really didn't want you to sell it. Well, I said, I didn't think it'd sell that quick. I just was sitting there one night at like 1 a.m. It's like, oh, let me just put it on RV Trader. Holy smokes, I got calls the next day like crazy, and people coming in, they just bought it and took it. Like, okay, well, now we have to buy a house. So
yeah. All right, I'll get off here. Let someone else get on there and talk. It was good talking to you.
All right. Hey, thank you so much, Tracy.
You, buddy. You take care.
Good to hear from you, Tracy. All right, Chris, we've come to that time of the morning. I don't know if you've been up this late with us. We get to the point where we got to do what we call a phone reset, where we have to tell everybody that's hanging on to get to dial us back up, because the software only allows my call to last for 4 hours, and it automatically hangs up on everybody. So I'm going to reset the phones here. When we come, you just dial us, give it like 2 minutes, and then you dial back in, and we'll be good to go to the end of the show. All righty?
Okay.
Okay. That's where we're at. Okay, so we take care of that, and we'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented cool gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
There you go. All set. All set to the end of the show now. Yeah, we've tried several different things, but yeah, it's the software that when I dial in, I'm considered a host. And we've tried this thing where like I could dial in a second time. I tried that earlier when you heard that female voice saying, "You've not entered any codes." And she wouldn't let me do it. So yeah, I got to do the phone reset at some point in time each night. But that's stuff we're still working on. But all right, we got you back there, Chris, correct?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Yep, you're back. Okay.
All right, great.
All right, let's get back to the calls. I know we got, let me jump down to Florida. This is one of our regular friends down there, somewhere in your neck of the woods. I'm not sure where. Philip's up towards, I guess, toward the Orlando area. So, morning, Philip. We got John with Chris Gabrelchik and Hot Shot Secret.
Morning, Steve. Morning, Chris. Chris, first off, I want to thank you for bringing Steve back with us, and I appreciate what you've done, and I appreciate you helping Steve and all of us keep this going. And Steve, everything is pretty good down here. I just want to thank also the folks out in Fort Worth, Texas, those record drivers that had to work yesterday.
Yeah.
I was looking at some of the footage. Those guys had a big rotator wreckers. They were actually doing recovery for the first responders so they could get people out of their cars and stuff. And that was a mess and a half. Chris, I got a question about oil. On your product, have you dealt with 0-20 oil before?
Yes, we have. That's one of the tests we've been running. We actually made a 0W5 and wanted to see if we could eliminate the wear that you lose, or reduce the wear by using the nano lubricants and the FR3 type product. And the answer was yes. Did you have a specific question about 0W20, or what were you?
Well, right now I'm driving a Honda car, and I've got 250,000 miles on it. And I drive it 114 miles a day when I go to Orlando, when I go to work at Disney. And I'm trying to figure out, I want to try, you guys make fuel treatment that could clean the injectors in like a little 1.8 pretty good?
Yeah, our gasoline extreme.
Okay, I'll try that. Then also, I'm trying to figure out with the 0-20, because I know that the way the viscosity and everything is set up and the grade of it, it's got to be a really tight tolerance. And I was wondering what kind of oil treatment could I put in that?
Okay, so just for everybody else that's listening, what he's talking about on a 0W20 is a really thin oil, and a lot of the manufacturers are moving that direction because they're making the tolerances inside the engine tighter, and you don't want to starve those tolerances. You don't want to starve that part of the engine because you'll get premature wear. The problem is the thinner the oil goes, the less what they call hydrodynamic lubrication. And the way that works is if you could kind of picture a jet ski on the water, the faster you start going, the more it wants to hydroplane and pull up. Well, the same thing happens inside the engine, like where the main bearing is. The faster it goes, the more the oil wedges in there and it kind of pulls those two metal surfaces apart and gives you protection. The problem is that the thinner the oil is, the less hydrodynamic lubrication you have, so it wants to scratch things up. So what we were testing is the FR3 to see if we can kind of mitigate some of that problem because we know everybody wants thinner weight oils. That's just the direction the manufacturers are going. But maybe we can correct that problem by putting a nano lubricant in there. And the answer is yes. So using the FR3, I'm going to throw some numbers out. Don't quote me on this, but just to give you an idea, using the FR3 act very much like a 0W30, give you that much more protection. And we haven't been able to prove all that out yet. We have a really good feeling about it because we've noticed it in other areas. But one of the things that we did last year is, everybody that watched our Facebook feed on Thursday knows this story was kind of comical. I brought my daughter's Ford Escape in that had 187,000 miles on it, and it's made to run on a 5W30. And we put a special 0W5 weight in it. We wanted to see what would happen. Like, would it burn oil? Would it, destroy the engine? Well, we didn't tell her. We got busy and totally forgot about it. So that oil stayed in there for like a year. So we pulled the oil out. There was no oil burning. There was no extra wear. We did oil analysis, and it was just like, she had 5,000 miles on it. But it did the job. So I know it works. Now I got to go back and do all the lab testing to prove that it works the way I said it does. So
yeah, I changed my oil the car tells me when to do it. It's about 10,000 miles is what it figures out to be. And I'm really surprised. I mean, I get 40 miles to the gallon with the car the way it's running right now. And that's the reason why I keep on to it, because I do 114 miles a day. And I'm just using Mobil 1. Is that a good oil to stay with or use?
Yeah, Mobil 1 is good if you're, depending on what your appetite is for, getting into this. But if you want to use a synthetic and do an oil analysis, like one of our synthetics, like our Blue Diamond, we could probably do an oil test and get you up to 20 or 30,000 miles and still have the same amount of wear that you're experiencing now. So the way I usually put that is, there's a certain amount of wear that you're accustomed to because cars are going to wear out eventually. So what we try to do is say, okay, where are you at 5,000 miles now? How far can we go and meet those same levels? So your Honda would probably be around 15 parts per million iron at that 5,000 mark. But we would try to go 10,000 or 15,000 and see if we can get the same results. And normally we can, sometimes 30,000, even just with the OEM filter. Of course, putting a bypass filter is the best thing to do, but that's, a little bit more of an investment on the car. But the miles you're running, it might make sense to do that.
I could be a test bed for any car company right now because I run so many miles in just a car a day, 114 miles and 57 miles on one side. So, but I appreciate you talking to me, Chris, and thanks for the help. And y'all have a good one, Steve.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a great day there. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a lot of miles every day.
If you have some time, well, yeah, it is. And if you get bored and have a little bit of time, go to our website and look at the Franz filter. On the Hot Shot Secret website, click on the Franz logo and read about it a little bit and see what it can do. But in theory, what you should be able to do is put a bypass filter on there, drive the car probably 50 to 100,000 miles between oil changes and still have almost no wear. That's really just the way it works. Now, the reason we don't normally market those towards the gasoline user is that gasoline oil changes are so cheap and easy to come by, $25, and most people don't get their oil changed but a couple times a year. So it's, when you're looking at $60 a year versus like a $400 filter, it doesn't quite work out right. Now, diesel owner, you got a diesel pickup truck and you're spending $250 on an oil change, it pays for itself really quickly. But somebody driving 115 miles a day, you could probably see a really quick payback on that.
Okay. Very good. Check that out there, Philip. All right, got a couple lines available at 844-844-3388. And Chevy Guy, hey there.
Good morning, Chris. Thank you so much for bringing Steve back to us. Moose said we don't know what it'd be like without him. Yeah, we did. We found out exactly. I actually heard on the old station, the driver was on there, was just trying to truck, and more or less the guy just said, the trucking show is gone and it's down the road. This is our show now. And, not their words, but it basically said it. So I turned the channel, and yeah, I ended up on the spaceship channel, and it's turned into mostly witchcraft. But I have educated myself there on the witchcraft channel. After all the years in listening to them and hearing about how, spacecraft fly all over the place erratically, they can't fly in a straight line. And since 1947, all the crashes all over the planet, there might be a higher intelligence out there, but they sure can't drive any better than we can. My question, the depth fuel filters, our company, they got the new tractors for the over the road. They got a few flatbeds, and for the logging operation, they get 3-year-old trucks. Well, my goodness, sir, we got mechanics sitting on the ground, and to save money on the filters, they're chipping out this thick gray that shuts the trucks down. Put one truck on the side of the road, and it's no joke. But they're chipping this stuff out. It's like a gray clay in the filter. And I said, well, why don't you just put another filter? Said the filters are so expensive. So just sort of wondered, on your fuel treatment, does that do you have anything to cut down on the filter buildup? And then also on a personal interest, I'm reverse. I got a Ford Fiesta. I know I'm a Chevy guy. I got a Ford Fiesta, and it does exactly different than the guy with the Honda that just called. Mine, I bought it nearly 2 years ago. It's got 5,000 miles on it. I run 7 miles to town, 7 miles back, every weekend to go to the store. I never thought much of it until it got real cold. It's 29 degrees. I'm in South Carolina. And, you're pulling up. It takes forever for that little engine to warm up. And you're thinking, wow, at the top of that engine, all that oil it don't have any oil in it. And you just sort of wonder, do you have any stuff that you can put in the oil that basically keeps the engine coated at the top of the engine? And other than that, I'm going to sit back in a rocking chair, and I'm going to copy the mail. And I really appreciate you putting Steve back on the air, Tim Ford.
All right.
Well, before you go to the DPF filter, are you talking about like the actual DPF filter that they're chiseling out the gray clay stuff?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And,
wow.
And oddly enough, too, you got to wonder. I mean, they don't even have masks. They're chipping that stuff out, the dust. What kind of it's a small company, so we're pouring the depth fuel in out of the jugs. So you got to wonder, nobody's talking about any kind of cancer-causing agents that we're messing with these chemicals and this dust. So, we're sort of blind in this, and it seems like nobody's wanting to talk about it. So it seems like if you can burn it cleaner, something's got to be better for the driver, the truck, and everything, all the way down the line.
Yeah, they know that these DPF filters are not holding up the way they thought they were. I mean, I've been to seminars where they just point blank said, we know they're not holding up, and we don't know what to do about it right now. A couple of answers. One is if the people that you're working for, tell them to use the everyday diesel fuel treatment, like all the time, like even treat their bulk fuel with it, because you're going to burn less particulate matter that's going to clog it up. So what that gray stuff is should most likely be the particulate matter, or the soot that's coming out. It's just caking up on there. When the truck regens, it's supposed to burn all that off. I don't know why it's not doing that, but we can at least
do me a favor. Do me a favor. I get your post on Facebook, and come up when you come on. When you scroll up and you start talking right away, just say explain the filter clog. We got a possible answer for you, and then I can share it because my shop supervisor, he's an avid Facebook fan, so that way I can send it to him, and then I'll explain what you just explained to me, and maybe that might help him because he's responsible for 50 trucks. And I mean, when they got to shut a truck down just for a filter, that's a day's income that the company's out of, and in a small company like that, that's big money. So
well,
I really appreciate you, buddy.
Well, thank you very much, and we'll do that. We'll try to address that on this Thursday's Facebook thing. Using the EDT will prevent the amount of soot and particulate matter going into the DPF, which will make it last longer, and they won't have to clean it out as often. The regen part of that might not be working right because it should burn all that off, but again, they don't work that well. I had an RV that had, not this last one, but the one before it, we had to have the whole DPF system replaced at 30,000 miles. So they're not that great. As far as the Ford Fiesta, what you want to use is the FR3, and it's only going to take like 4 ounces, probably, maybe 8. The FR3 has a nanocarbon in it, and the nanocarbon coats everything and stays there. So if you can imagine all the little nooks and crevices in the metal surface, this fills all that, and on top of that puts like a layer of BBs on top of it. It's so tiny. I'm trying to figure out how to describe this, but we're working with something that's about 6 to 9 microns, which is the size of human DNA. So it's really small.
Wow.
It's 100th of the size of an oil molecule. And if you're going to plate the whole inside of the engine, which is where I think we get a lot of the results, like the increased fuel economy, I think because we're just layering it with these little tiny BBs and it's making everything roll across better. But even some of the things that we've seen, as far as like reducing blow by, I think filling some of those voids and making it so that the oil can't blow by it is what's happening there. So for the Fiesta, absolutely FR3. We just finished a round of testing that proved that startup friction was reduced. I'm thinking it was 7 to 10%. It was done with a major chemical company because they're looking at some of our technologies and saying, wow, you guys have some really unique chemistries. How did you do that? And can we test it? Maybe we could use it in some of our formulations. And that's the reason that we started LSI Chemical this year, which is like an industrial commercial side of the company, where we've got people out talking to the major oil companies and to the major chemical suppliers around the world about what the FR3 and the Stiction Eliminator have been able to do and accomplish. And they're extremely interested in it right now. So the answer is FR3.
Okay, very good. I got an email from Tater and Sweet Pea. Now, you may not be familiar with them, Chris, but here, I guess about a week ago, they were all the way out in Utah, and that they blew a rod right through the side of the engine. And we spoke to Big Moose earlier. Big Moose on the Loose. Moose is friends of theirs. He actually bobtailed his truck all the way out to Utah to tow the truck back to Dayton, Ohio. Truck's in the shop right now. They're getting a new engine put in. And he just emailed me. He said, we got confirmation yesterday that our new engine will be installed and operational by next Friday. And we will be using the Hot Shot Secret products. Moose has made us believers. He uses it on everything, including the truck we're driving now. Be sure and thank Chris for the show and all the support that he gives our industry. Great show. So.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Thank you, Moose.
Thank you,
word
Moose.
Of mouth.
That's
the thing.
The whole thing about he made that drive all the way out to Utah. I mean, it took him a day and a half to get out there, 2 days, whatever it was. That's a real friend. That's all I got to say. All right, then.
That is a real friend.
Mark says, I have 465,000 miles on my Duramax using your bypass filter with oil test and filter changes at 10,000. I'm pulling a 53-foot gooseneck haul-in RVs. Got my original pump and injectors, and I'm using the stick shit eliminator in the EDT.
Excellent. You said Mark? That was his name?
Mark, yes.
I
Mark.
wonder if you have an oil analysis. Yeah, if we run an oil analysis, I don't know, 10,000 might be early for that. You might want to just spend the $20, get an oil analysis, and see if you can leave it in there for 20 or 30,000. Those filters do a really, really good job.
Okay, there you go. Mark, thanks for being a listener. Let me get to, I don't know, are we going by Fly Rod this morning, or are we going by Dave, or does it even matter? What's going on?
Oh, good morning. Truthfully, I put on one hat, and I thought, nah, I better not use that hat. And I put the other hat on and hung up. I thought, I'll try this hat, and I thought, nah, this is about Hot Shot Secret. So I put the other hat back on. But
Okay.
anyway, good morning to you both.
Morning.
Good morning to you both. Chris, I want to thank you so very much for bringing Steve back on behalf of all the drivers I hear, which I myself am one. I'm just so delighted to have him back on. That was a tough 2 months without Steve's voice being on the radio for us all. And just thank you so much for bringing him back.
I couldn't be happier myself. I'm with you. It's like it just didn't seem right not having him on the air.
Right. And Chris, I want to tell you that, I remember when you first called into Steve's show many years ago and started pushing your product. And I remember how nervous you were. I felt so bad for you listen to you on the phone. And I know that was a long night for you. But boy, you have come a long way. Have you considered writing a book, because you are truly an American success story now?
No, I haven't. I'm more of a hands-on type of guy. It's hard for me to sit still long enough to write a book, but maybe someday in the future when I slow down a little bit.
Right. Well, and on behalf of Stellar Electronic, thank you so much for taking us on as one of your sponsors. We think you're doing a fantastic job, or Steve is rather, and we're just so happy and delighted to come alongside you and partner with you. And just thank you so much for that as well.
And we are just getting started, so thank you for the compliments. And I'm telling you, this is really just the beginning. We are so stoked at Lubrication Specialties and Hot Shot Secret. We can't wait to see, just how far we could take the show. We're hoping to get a lot more content from advertisers and things, expertise, kind of like what I'm doing here, but maybe somebody that builds engines or somebody that fixes injectors, and they could answer questions and bring more to the trucking community. Just a lot more of that information. I don't see any other venues out there for it, so that's our hope in the future.
Well, Chris, I know that you're a plug and play type of man, and it's going to be exciting to see how you grow. And I know you have great big plans for the show, and I'm just like, I and all the other drivers and sponsors are just so excited to be part of it, and it's going to be a really enjoyable, fun ride.
Well, thank you for being part of it too. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Well, it's all the folks that are making it come together and work. And it's going to be great someday. We'll be talking about the stories when we were just on, YouTube and Facebook, and it's like, when we're on Sirius XM and Steve's a big star and he's speaking to thousands of people in an auditorium, then we'll be telling these stories.
Well, then see what'll happen then is you'll write the book and Steve will write the foreword.
There we go. I like it. There's a plan coming together, Steve.
All right. Well, we do have.
All right, well, gentlemen, thank.
Yeah, we got your winner for these. We announced. I don't know if you were with us in when we started off the 1 o'clock hour, but I got the email. I haven't heard or got any message like an email from the winner of the headset. It's the email was Will T, WILLT at something or other.net. We don't like to give the whole email address, but we'll be waiting to hear from Will. And Pappy got his Pluto Duo headset yesterday. He's actually he's trying it out as we speak, and he's going to give us a full report early next week.
Yes, he sent me a message that he had gotten, and I messaged him back. I was delighted he got it. And thanks to Heatwave for passing along the winner's information. I had sent the email to you earlier this morning and hadn't heard no reply back. But anyway, Heatwave sent me a message. But anyway, I wanted to ask. So I'm sorry, my brain just went blank. I wanted one more thing, Chris. Are you experiencing any disruptions in the supply chain with your deliveries to your product?
Oh yeah.
Well,
driving me crazy.
Yeah, we are too. And just for just as a side note, to any upcoming winters like the winter from this morning, you may experience a disruption in delivery. I've been able to get the headsets out pretty promptly, but we just got a message this morning from Patrick, who informed us that he had ordered one and still has not gotten it yet. Patrick's a listener to your show, Steve.
Okay.
And Patrick informed me he has not gotten it. Has been sitting in the DHL warehouse in Cincinnati for 4 days, and he's scratching his head, as we are too, wondering what is going on, but we're going to look into that for him. But anyway, just, the supply chain is disrupted because of the COVID-19, so
yeah,
that's what's happening there. But anyway, I won't take up any more time.
Well, thanks for being a sponsor of the show, and you have a good morning. And Steve, what he's saying about the supply chain is just, it is a huge disruption. We've got people driving all over to pick up bottles and caps, and the base stocks, the chemicals, everything. Things that used to take 2 months to come in are taking 4 months or 6 months. It's just so hard to plan ahead, to figure what you're going to need in July and have to order it now. And it seems, everybody says the same thing. It's because of COVID, but boy, it's definitely, putting a stress on everything.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we're into the final hour here. We're going to get a quick timeout, and we'll come back. Big Sexy, hang in there. Got you coming up next. Hey, if you want to, here's your opportunity to chat with Chris. We've got some open lines. Again, as we head into the final hour, it's 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
That's exactly what it is. Yep, and our final hour. You're on a Friday. Any big plans for your weekend, or is every day like a weekend? Because, I mean, you're down there kind of like living the high life, fun in the sun every day.
You know, you would think so. The hard part is getting used to not being in vacation mode while you're down here working. Oops, can you?
So you're actually trying to work while you're doing your thing at the same time. All right, Chris, I don't know if
Sorry, Steve, can you hear me?
All right, we got you back. Yeah, I wondered if you moved or if you lost your cell or what.
Oh, my headset went out. Sorry about that. I just was saying that it's kind of hard to get used to working remotely and not think about vacation mode, but I've actually been working full time, just, from morning until, 4:30 or 5. A lot of video conference calls, a lot of emails and things of that nature. It's, I try to sneak out and get to the beach and go uptown, but normally happens later on in the day.
Okay. All right. Well, Big Sexy is the handle. He's been hanging in there a while. Hell, thanks for hanging in there, Big Sexy. What's going on?
Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Chris.
Morning.
Good morning.
On the weather, Steve, I think we've got your weather over here and it's drunk. It's been showing out.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, last night while I was running my route, I deliver papers. I think I told you that.
Yeah.
It started sleeting. It was sleeting hard. We had freezing rain from the day before. And then we had sleet on top of that, and it was sleeting hard, and it was cloud to ground lightning and thunder.
Wow.
But that sleet actually improved the driving until they come along and scraped it off. But, yeah, and they're forecasting snow for, like, Saturday night, Sunday, all that stuff in Texas has got forecast. I'm not looking forward to that.
It's gonna get really. I mean, up toward Amarillo, they're talking 10, 12, 15 inches, and even Dallas. The forecast is now saying 3 to 7 inches for Dallas. That's a big storm for those people.
Well, to give you an idea, it usually takes me about 6 or 7 hours a night to drive this route. it took me last night 10 and a half hours to do my route.
Wow.
So, Chris, on the, I've got a 2002 Dodge Dakota. It's got the 4.7 V8 in it. Got about 180 something thousand miles. That's what I run on my route. What would you recommend for it?
Have you put anything in it so far, or just oil?
Not yet. Not yet. Just the regular oil and all that.
So we have a whole maintenance regime for those types of cars. I would start with the 8 ounces of the stiction eliminator on your next oil change, and then that'll get that cleaned out. There's a product we have on our website called Gasoline Extreme, and that is a once every 4 tank type of treatment, and that's going to clean out the fuel system completely. So it should be, your fuel system should look, even the tank and the lines and everything should look pristine when you're done with that. And then there's a shift restore or transmission stiction eliminator that I would put into the transmission. It's like an 8 ounce bottle. And basically it just kind of makes the shift a little bit smoother and keeps things there running a little bit better. At that point, you're going to have some stiction inside the transmission. It sounds kind of funny, but it's the same idea as you'd see in the oil, except it's on a microscopic scale. But the tolerances are so tight inside the transmission that it doesn't take a whole lot, just microns to jam things up and make it not work as well.
Well, my transmission, I just had to put about $600 in it not very long ago. One of the solenoids was acting up, wouldn't let it shift right, and had to replace that whole pack in there. So I've had some work done on it, but I hadn't put anything in it yet. I was going to see what you recommended. You said the fuel additive, that's every tank full?
Right now, we're still trying to study that all the way. We know the first 2 tanks, we definitely see the mileage improvement there. Now, we haven't been able to get to the 3rd and 4th tank to see, without it versus with it. So we're trying to figure out the point of diminishing returns. But I would say probably every 3 to 4 tank loads, put some Gasoline Extreme in. Those come like an 8 ounce bottle, and that'll treat the whole tank. You'll see an instant increase in fuel economy. So from our results, we've seen anywhere from 3 to 7%, but I feel real safe with 5%.
Well, I usually burn about a half tank of gas, and I top off every day. So,
okay,
I go through some gas. So.
You'd be a good test
well,
buddy.
I'll let you know. I'll get some of that and try it, and I'll let you know how it does. Also want to thank you on getting Steve back on there. I used to drive a truck, and I listened to his dad, and I've listened to him. I just recently started calling in quite a bit, but I'm glad you got him back on there. Like the caller said a while ago, that time that he was off was kind of rough. You said something about iHeart. I really don't want to have to listen to it on iHeart. I'd really have a different way to go, maybe an app or something, but I deleted all that iHeart stuff when they did what they did.
Yeah, kind of leaves a sour taste in your mouth. The only bad side is that so many people are accustomed to iHeart. We are going to have our own app. We're working on it, just a one-click deal. You click on it, it starts streaming, smooth, simple, no problems whatsoever.
Well, you mentioned Sirius XM a while ago. Now, I do have them also in my radio, so I do have a subscription to it. So if you get on there, I could listen on there too.
Okay.
I hate using my phone because I have to lay it down here in the floorboard where I can't be looking at him at glare in my face while I'm trying to drive and stuff, So
once we get
like that on the radio would be better, app or the.
Yep. Once we get the app
But
up
I
and
want to
running,
thank you for putting him back on there. And
yeah, once we get the app up and running, you won't have to do that anymore. I think that's the cool thing about that. You can actually have the blank screen and just be listening versus having the like the video stream it at the same time. So a lot of drivers have been talking about wanting to be able to just listen. Somebody also suggested it'd be nice if there was a way we could like maybe pause and come back, and like if I had to get out and fuel up or something and come back, and I guess with the podcast you can pause anytime you want. The live stream, I don't know if there's a way that they can set up a pause on that or not, but That'll be Kyle's next task, right? All right, let me flip over
He
here.
needs something to do. He's just kind of sitting around anyway.
Kyle's been working hard, Chris. I got to tell you. I mean, he's come down, worked in this studio. I mean, I think the one day he put like 15 straight hours in, something like that, getting stuff all together. So
he's a workhorse. He gets a lot done.
And he's
we really appreciate Kyle and all of his hard work. Him and Josh pulled all this together, and they did a wonderful job.
He's kind of like Donald Trump. Apparently, he only needs like 4 hours sleep a night. I don't know how he does it, but
I'm not quite sure either. He's texting me during the show, and I'm thinking, aren't you going to be at work at 8 o'clock? It's like,
exactly.
What are you doing?
I think he stays up with us most of the night, every night. I think he said he's off today, so he's with us all night long. He's with us right now. Hey, okay. Kyle, good to have you with us. All right, let me see your message board. I'd like to thank Chris at Hot Shot for getting Steve back up and running. I've listened to your show since 2004. Called in just 2 or 3 times over the years, but I knew someone would get you back on the air because you always had a show that was second to none. I go by the handle Ocalabound. All right, Ocalabound, thank you very much. Hey, I have a 2013 ISX-15 that doesn't really get any fuel mileage. Do you have any ideas?
The FR3 and the EDT combination seem to give us the most bang for your buck as far as fuel economy. Now, the diesel extreme, of course, and the stiction limit are a really good clean out, and we see an instant increase there. But as far as if somebody said, "Hey, I'll give you $1 million if you can get me 10% more fuel economy," you only have one try, it would be the EDT at the performance dose and the FR3. And I think almost every time, I can't think of one time when I didn't see, a 5 to 7% increase in fuel economy when I did that. And even in my own tests, like driving the RV, I'll run, lots of tests with that just to, because you've got a lot of miles to run. We've been out to Utah, California, Florida. So I'll run a tank with it and a tank without it just to compare the two. And when I don't run the EDT, I get 9 miles per gallon. When I run it, I get 10. And I've done it at least a dozen times. It's almost like clockwork. And when I'm doing that, I'm trying to be conscientious of my, the speed I'm going. And I know there's different terrains, so that's why I just try to keep an eye on it and just say, okay, well, is this really working? And sure enough, I'll say, I'm not going to put it in this time. And it drops right back down to 9. And then as soon as I put it back in, it goes right back up to 10. So it's pretty consistent.
Okay, very good. Let me see here. Let's get next caller. Is it Demo? Is that the name?
Yeah, Demo Man.
Demo Man. Hi there.
I've called in before, but I've used my regular name. But now I feel like an official over-the-road truck driver now. So I'll go ahead and use a handle. I'm teaching at
plus it's so much cooler.
I'm teaching at the local college, the CDL license program back home. And I went ahead and plugged the show over the weekend and let the students know that you were good information on weather and on your industry changes. And so I think I got about eight other people that are going to start listening to you, hopefully.
Cool.
And so I did that for you. And hopefully, I've listened to you for the last 7 years, almost 8 years. And you do a hell of a job. Appreciate you.
That's great. That's cool. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, man. You all have a good morning. Keep up the good work.
Hey, thanks for checking in. Make sure you're training those drivers the right way. Let me see. All right, from Bill to the Kid. Steve, could you ask Chris if the oil additives have any negative effect on wet clutches? We have a Yanmar loader with a wet clutch. It's fed by the crankcase oil. Just curious if that would cause any slippage.
We have not done extensive testing on it to be able to give the clear go-ahead, but we've had dozens and dozens of people tell us that they've done it and it's helped. They've got no slipping on the wet clutch and that it's fine. Theoretically, there's no reason it would not do it, but it's one of those things where, the attorney that works for the company is like, before we say something, we've got to prove it out. So even just, we try to do that anyway. But the off the cuff answer is no, it's fine with wet clutches. We've had people call up and say, I'm going to try it and see what happens. And they call back and said, oh, it's fine. The engine's running great and wet clutch is fine. So I don't see any reason for it not to. It's one of those things that I'll make a note right now just to have R&D go back and check, and let's start some testing to make sure that we can make that claim.
Okay. Very good. Well, thanks for the email, Billy the Kid. Thanks for listening. And that, by the way, that's Steve at hotshotsecret.com. If you want to get a question in here. Let me jump to, I believe, Roadmaster is with us. Got you on. Good morning, Roadmaster.
Hello, Steve. Chris, how y'all doing this morning?
Great.
Great.
Got a question for Chris. I'm a firm supporter of Steve. I have for years. When he has a product on and it sponsors him, I use it. I've completely changed over from the past people that I was using for. I don't know if I can mention their names or not, but one of them comes in a big white gallon jug for the oil, and the other one come in a big black gallon jug. It's used about every fourth oil change. That's all I'm going to say. The question I've got is, I used to use some stuff called Inner Burn. I was getting from a girl in Minnesota named Jane to keep the DPF filter clean. It's very expensive stuff. She told me that it was also being marketed through Pittsburgh Power now. I'm now using the everyday EBT or whatever you call it, treatment every day you put in of yours. It looks and smells similar to what that is, except yours is about half the cost of hers, or what I was getting in then I don't know, but is it specifically designed for that to keep that filter clean, or will it automatically do that just because it's making everything burn better? And then the second question I got is, I've got a 2001 Dodge pickup that's like brand new. I just barely turned 100,000 mile on it, but it's a super nice truck I use to pull my race car with. It's a 360 gas. The transmission, I put two little additive things in it to keep the converter from having trouble, but I think I've got a torque converter that's going bad because it's just perfect. Couldn't ask for no better. Transmission fluid's good and red in it, but when you go up a hill, it's no matter where it's an overdrive or drive, it doesn't matter. You'll watch the tach jump up about 3 RPM, and they'll sit there and jump up and down, up and down, up and down, like the converter's trying to lock up and unlock it for no reason at all. I didn't know whether it's a sensor or the converter going out or whatever, or whether some of your additive would straighten it up or what. That's two issues I've got.
Well, the shift restore or the transmission stiction eliminator could, like 90% sure that would fix that, because that's the kind of thing that we were, using it for and doing experiments with. If anybody doesn't know this, we'd have a full money back guarantee. And the reason I'm saying that is, if you want to buy it and try it and it didn't work, just call in and say, hey, I bought this, it didn't work. You could literally take a picture with your phone of the receipt and email it over, and they'll send you a check for the difference. But and the reason we do that is, we're here to solve problems, not make new ones. So if it didn't work for you and you have some other problem, we don't want your money. We'd rather you keep it. So we call it a no hassle money back guarantee. They're not going to try and like run you through the mill and say, well, you didn't buy it on Tuesday of last week, so it doesn't count. We don't do anything like that. They just, if it didn't do what we said or it didn't work and you're not happy, we would rather just send your money back and have you try something else, period. So my point to tell you that is just try the shift restore or the transmission stiction eliminator. I'm pretty sure it's going to work and you're going to be really happy with it. The inner burn, I have not heard of that product. Our additive is built from the ground up. We literally blended everything there, the way we wanted it. So we tried different formulas and different additives that we wanted to put in there and different things that we were trying to achieve. So there may be some common element between that and what they're using. So maybe like the cetane improver or one of the detergents that we're using may be a common detergent that other people are using also. So when you're a blender like we are, you're talking to all the different companies and they're saying ours is the best, ours is the best. We test them to see which one works the best and then which ones are best used in synergy with other products. And then that's how we come up with the formulas we do. So being a burn thing, I don't know. I just never heard of them. So I'll try to do some research and see who they are, what they got. But chances are there's just some common element between them that's giving you that, the fragrance of whatever that is.
Is the EBT, is it what you'd recommend to use every day to keep that filter clean?
Yeah, and the detergents are going to have. No, the EBT does, it will make the fuel burn better, have less soot. It's going to have less buildup, but it's also those detergents are going to carry through and help keep the elements inside that DPF filter clean so that when it goes through its regen and burns it burns off better. And we've seen that that's one of our tasks for R&D this year is to try to quantify that so we can tell you exactly what it does. It reduces regens by 50% or it makes the DPF filter last twice as long. We want to figure it out so we could just tell you about it. But we know it affects it. We just don't know how much.
I can tell you years ago, it's probably been 5-6 years ago, I had a 60 series Detroit that it just got lazy, stumbling, didn't idle right. And I put 2 bottles, I don't know how much I'm supposed to, but I put 2 bottles of Siction Eliminator in it. And I seen that truck the other day and talked to the boy I sold it to. He's put 500,000 miles on it since I put that Siction Eliminator in it. And he said he's never put injectors in it. So that's where I got to start using that with Hot Shot Secret. One question I got is, can you mix the FR3 and the Siction Eliminator together?
You can, but the Siction Eliminator has FR3 in it, so you don't need to. There's no compatibility problems or anything like that. It's just it's already blended. It's already blended in there. The FR3 is in all the oil additives. It's in all of our engine oils. If if you bought an engine oil or a gear oil or a transmission fluid, it's got FR3 built into it.
Okay. On a DD15, a 15 model, I bought this truck and it was belonged to a company, and I found out after I bought it, which I didn't like, that they change oil every 60,000 miles, and I just go, oh no, my oil change is 15 to 18,000, and I use Mobile One Delvac, always have in Detroit engines. Is that too early to change oil, or should I just stay right there, or evidently it's been changed a lot longer.
Well, I think that's really one of those cases where an oil analysis is definitely worth the $20. So if you send it in at 15,000 miles, we can tell you this oil is still good. Or if you want to stretch it out to 25 and check it, if it's still good, we'll let you know that, and then you can get a good feel for it. And then say, okay, from now on, I'm going to change it at this interval because that's what the oil analysis says. It's hard to say because all those trucks are different. I mean, when I go through all these oil analysis every day, I'm just thinking, wow, it's just amazing how different they all are.
Right. Well, I sure appreciate what you've done for the whole trucking community and for Steve. He's the living legend. It just for the 2 months he was gone, it just seemed like I was lost. Like trucking wasn't, there was just something missing. And he's an integral part. Just because he don't sit behind the wheel, don't mean he ain't a truck driver. He's just as much an integral part of this deal as we are. So we appreciate him, we love him, we think about him all the time, and he's just the man.
That's Steve, man, you've got quite the reputation. You're a living legend.
I don't know what to say.
Somebody calls you Your Majesty.
Your Honor.
Tom Brady.
Yeah, right.
Your Honor. It's like, holy smokes.
I got a lot of, I don't know. I'm not going to be able to get my head through the door here in a little bit.
Well, I feel like I should bow down or something. I mean, it's...
Oh, my. Let me see here. A couple from the email bag here. First off, thank you, Chris, for making the show possible. Secondly, thank you, Chris, for FR3. As I've said before, It is an incredible product. What's not to love about gaining 62 dyno-proven horsepower for $15? Now, I was born and raised in the same town that's the home of fire punk. I actually went to school with some of Levon's family back in the 80s, and I have a lot of family around Sunbury and southern Morrow County. It's a small world.
Yes, it is. And I don't know if the listeners all know, the fire punk story, but Levon is like the best diesel builder in the world and has been, given that title several years in a row when they have contests and things like that. He is like the guru of diesels. So he takes these trucks that are, made for 300 horsepower and he gets them up to 3,000 horsepower. It's crazy what they do. And, he's broken all the world records. He's just, if you want to go to the go-to guy that knows it, his team, him and his brothers and the people that work there, they are really, really top notch. I mean, I can't say enough good things about them, but it's amazing the things that they do, every week. So, they're a great sponsor, and it's anybody that has any questions, just, feel free to go there. I give them, 5.5 stars or however many stars you can give them.
Mm-hmm. All right. And I guess I'm going to be learning more about all this diesel drag racing stuff. Kyle's he's the go-to guy for all that, right?
Yeah, I'm a maintenance guy. Kyle is a racing guy. He knows all the ins and outs of that. I mean, they actually introduced me and talked me into all those things. I was, we don't want to do that. We want to talk to truck drivers. We don't want to do racing. And they're, Chris, racing is where, if you could prove yourself there, then, that means you've got, that's that much more to offer. It's like, okay. But Kyle and Kevin really took that to a whole new level. At this point, they've broken, I don't know, maybe 14 world records. I would say probably 9 out of 10 of the top racers are using our products in their trucks and in their dragsters and everything. They've really taken it a long way. And Levon, he's been a big help for us, even just trying to understand, what the product can do, what the limits are. He was the one that was doing the dynos and telling us that he's getting, more horsepower and showing us how it works. So it's the level of expertise is really high. I mean, we even had dynos done at OSU's Center of Automotive Research, and their level wasn't what Levon's is. I mean, we had to point out problems in their scientific method. It's like, wait a minute, we need to do this, this, and this. Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Where Levon was always 2, 3, 4 steps ahead of us, saying, this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. This is how we have to do it. So it's just a really top rate mechanic and a top rate guru when it comes to those engines.
That's pretty cool. And I think, I'm trying to remember, Scooter emailed us a week or two ago talking about the FR3, and he explained how he hit, I think it was a Mustang or something he's got that had it on the dyno, and then they put the FR3 in, and 62 horsepower dyno proven. So I guess what's that mean? You're on the dyno, and that means you're confident you can say for certain it did this or that, right?
Right, because what the dyno does is it gives you an exact, the torque going to the wheels or how much resistance it's getting, and then monitoring everything the engine's doing and how much horsepower. So if you and I went out in a car, we want to check it. Well, the temperature can change, the humidity can change. Did you push the gas pedal down harder? It's not exact. Where on a dyno, there's an actual, it's not called a trail, but I'm trying to think what they call it, a series of uphill, downhill. So it goes through the exact same scenario each time. So when we first went to Levon, we asked him to test our FR3. We actually sent it to him, and we went down there, and he's like, yeah, we don't believe in any of these snake oils. They're not, none of them work. We're like, okay, well, how much would it cost to do a dyno? He's like, okay. So we paid for the dyno, and he ran five runs with just, just a regular oil, no additives. And then he put the FR3 in and ran 5 runs. And he had, I'm trying to think, it was like a 4.7% increase in horsepower, something like that, which, when you say 4.7, it doesn't sound like much. And he was amazed. He said, this is a very highly tuned truck that I've got, I'm one of the best builders. I didn't know him at the time, but I'm one of the best builders in the world. It's like for you to get 4% horsepower or 4.7% horsepower is impossible. I would spend $10,000 to get that. To be able to add 8 ounces of a product in there is just impossible to do. He went on to endorse our product for free. We never paid him. He just said, I just believe in it so much, I can't believe it. So he did more dyno testing for us. He did more tests, across the board. Ended up using it in his racing trucks. The trucks that he broke the world record with, those were all our fluids. He started working with our R&D team, and that's how we developed our racing oils, and then our racing transmission fluids, and then the gear oils. And those are all available for regular trucks. It's the same, it's the same thing we're using there. And that's one of our, like advertising things. It's, you can buy the same oil that the race cars drivers using and put it in your truck. It's not a different formula. There's nothing different about it. It's the same thing he's using to break the world record. It's the same thing you can put in a semi truck, get the same results. But we work really closely with him now because he just gives us a lot of information. They pulled their engine apart and showed us the bearings inside after a whole season. He said, these bearings are almost new. He said, this never happens. Normally at the end of a racing season, we're replacing everything because it's all, worn up and scratched up and, has a lot of wear. It's just amazing that we're able to pull this apart and see such a good result from all this. That's, again, just putting a plug in for Levon because everybody that knows him is really happy with his work.
That's cool. All right. Let me get to Larry's on the line. Hello, Larry. What's happening?
Good morning. And like everybody has said, the living legend, the voice of reason, I can give you all those accolades, Steve, and they're all true, Chris. So just kind of put that in your memory bank. I want to ask you a question. I talked to Steve about this a few weeks ago. I do a lot of training with fire departments and fleet operators of CNG engines. And my training is based on, from a safety standpoint, vehicle fires and how to approach them. CNG engines are very different. One thing that I learned, especially from a fleet based out of Cincinnati, I'll say their name, Home City Ice, they were not getting the longevity of their size engine that was originally promised or quoted or whatever. Have you done any specific testing with CNG engines because they run a lot hotter?
No, but I tried a couple of times because they're not widely available everywhere. But the airport in Columbus uses them, and probably we should call Home City Ice and just run a test. One of the problems with the oil that goes into the CNG engine is it has a very low amount of detergent in it. So they don't want a lot of detergent because it can leave a residue or a buildup behind inside the engine because they are running so hot. So I don't know the exact numbers, but it's like half as much detergent, which leads up to more wear because they can't put the zinc and the other additives in there. So that seemed like a perfect candidate for the FR3 because it reduces wear. So I really wanted to jump in on the CNG market and say, hey, I think we have a solution to this. The wear levels are going to be higher because we just don't have the ability to put more additive in the oil. For anybody that's listening, if you can picture this, a lot of the additives that we put into an engine oil are metals, like a zinc or phosphorus and things of that nature. In the CNG engine, it runs a lot hotter. Those things will burn off and leave a residue in there. So they just use it just has a reduced amount, which ends up with more wear. So, using the FR3, which reduces the wear and doesn't leave any residue behind because we're using esters and nanocarbons, it could be a perfect fit for something like that. It's a really good growth area for us. We just need to, put that on the list and keep moving on it.
Hey, Larry, you were talking about,
Chris,
I think you said that as far as like the expected engine life, I mean, you're not talking a little less. It was like a dramatic less life expectancy out of those engines, right?
That's correct. The fleet manager there at Home City Ice had told me they were just very disappointed. Now, they have, I think, what's called a mid-size engine for those vehicles because they're not that big. I would, reach out to the fellow. I apologize, I don't recall his name, but my focus was basically, the fire aspect of it with the cab and chassis fire, load fire, what happens from that standpoint. So he volunteered that information, and he was not that happy with the CNG engine. I'll tell you another thing, Chris. The Rumpke in Cincinnati, they use a lot of CNG engines because they get their fuel right from the landfill. The methane gas is cleaned up, and they use their own fuel source there, so it's a economic benefit for them. Now, I don't know what their experience has been as far as engine life on the CNG vehicles, but they have a substantial fleet of CNG vehicles.
I'll give them a call too. I'll call Rumpke and Home City Ice, because that's really stuff that needs to be followed up on. There's everything that we're doing leans in the direction of this is a really good answer to your, solution to your problem. We just, R&D is so backlogged on all the ideas we keep giving them that they don't have enough time. But it's important because it's something that, go ahead.
The guy at Rumpke, his name is Jeff Lay. He is the corporate fleet manager. I don't know how many trucks they're running on the road, but I do know they have CNG wherever it's available. They have a fleet of CNG in Georgetown, Ohio, and Louisville, Kentucky, and wherever the CNG is readily available, they're using it. So out of all the fleets I've ever talked to, I know that they seem to be very comfortable with the CNG engine. Have you done any testing with R&L right down the road from where you are located?
We have not. We've called them many a times, and we've never gotten anywhere with them. Probably should try that again, just to see if they would be open to a test. They have a very sophisticated testing system, and they are very scientific in their approach to how they maintain the fleet and fuel economy and all those types of things. But unfortunately, I'm sure they get calls from everybody in the world, so it's hard for them to filter it out and get to find out who the real products are. But we'll keep trying.
Yeah, Larry Roberts Jr., I had a long-time relation with him. Now, Larry Roberts Jr. left the company. Now, I know that he does racing with the tractor pulls. And he might be a backdoor way into R&L. He has a lot of the farm implements dealerships, but you might want to try to find Larry Roberts Jr.
I'll do it, and we'll look on the racing. We've not gotten into racing tractors yet. We're still a fairly small company, so trying to do everything isn't possible, but we do look for areas to keep going into, the racing trucks and the racing dragsters, and then now the tractors is our next thing on our list to start looking at. So maybe he'd be a good guy to do a test with and get a sponsorship, and then he can pass on what results he finds.
Absolutely, and he's very connected with Case International. That's his dealerships. So farm implements as well. So listen, I like your product. I got it 2 weeks ago. I've got it into my pickup truck, my personal pickup truck, and I'm looking forward to actually doing an oil analysis myself. I'm typically a guy who was in my pickup truck doing every 5,000 miles. I've been convinced to do every 7,000 with a full synthetic, but I want to kind of see a little distance here and do an oil analysis on the product in my pickup truck alone. But thank you very much for putting Steve back on the air. He's a longtime friend. I've been down to his house there in Coleraine Township, and he knows my history, and I know a little bit about his, too. He's a pretty good guy.
I think he's a pretty good guy, too.
All right, Larry, thank you so much. Hey, have a great weekend, and don't be a stranger there. Yeah, Larry Stone. All right, let me see. Do you make any lubricants for rickety old trucker bones? If you do, I need a 55-gallon drum. Let's see. That's old Possum
I could
Breath.
use one, too.
Yeah, he said, I got up early this morning. I'm glad I did so I could actually catch some of this show. Let's see. Question for Chris. If I put shift restore in my auto transmission, my 2017 Dodge Ram 1500 do I need to drain out a quart before adding the Restore?
No, only because the capacity in there is, I don't know off the top of my head, but whenever I do transmissions, they hold a lot between the torque converter and the transmission housing. So the small amount that you're putting in doesn't really affect anything. It's, it's like 8 ounces in 15 quarts. So I don't even think it registers on the dipstick. So you're fine just putting it in there.
Okay, then lastly, from the email bag, one more here. Let me see what I made it disappear. Where'd it go? Steve, I've been listening to the show since I was 8 or 9 years old. I started with your dad when I would go out with my dad. Then I started driving, listening to you. Needless to say, my world was wrecked when you got dismissed, and everything else on the radio kind of sucked. Just wanted to thank you and Chris for putting this together. It's returned some normalcy to my daily routine. Thanks again, from James. All right. Well, Chris, I did all my normal prep like I would for any other show, with all the weather and industry headlines and all that. I'll save whatever can be used in another day, but I thank you for staying up late with us. And I know so many of these guys, you get the message. They're very appreciative for what's going on. I hope I can live up to my billing is what I got to do.
I couldn't say how excited I am. I mean, I couldn't express it even more. It's just, again, I think this is just the beginning. I really do believe it's going to be the #1 trucking radio program on the radio. And we're gonna make that happen. And we're just proud as can be to have you as part of the family. Hopefully you're, seeing how we do things, and you're, seeing a whole new world compared to like an iHeart. When you go to the quarterly meetings or you see the things that we're doing, it's just a different way of going about it than the way that other companies would do it.
Yes, it is. All right. Any final words before we close it out here on a Friday morning, Chris? Anything we've missed?
No, I just want to thank everybody. Thank all the listeners, and thank you for doing such a great job. Keep listening. Keep the ideas coming. This is where we get most of our ideas for the next steps with the company. I mean, we really do appreciate it. We listen. We act on it. We talk about it at LSI and Hot Shot Secret about the family feel, and I was explaining to everybody, our family is our customers. Our vendors, all the people that we're working with, we do consider them all part of the LSI family. And then we want to keep doing that moving forward.
All right. Well, with that, we're pretty much out of time here this morning. Again, thank you so much, Chris, for the opportunity to be back behind the microphone. It's hard to express how it feels to be back out there with all my longtime friends. And I don't know, people make me kind of blush when I'm sitting here and they try to give me those compliments and all that. The GOAT. Okay. All right. Have a great weekend, and we'll do this again. All right. Kyle tells me he's going to try to push you to do that maybe once a quarter or more often than not. Okay.
You got it, man. You got it. You have a great weekend.
Thank you very much. And everyone out there in listener land, thanks for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. So we'll wrap things up on a Friday morning. Thanks for being with us. I'll see you back Sunday night as we get a brand new week underway, which sounds like it might be a very exciting week, or maybe not so exciting week, a crazy week, thanks to Mother Nature. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. what's better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.